Now, that qualifying time you mentioned, Kate, for Lee Hoffman.
Broke that championship record. So it's certainly, and look, the conditions here, I would say, are normal. They're not particularly fast, which elevates their performances even higher. It does make it a little bit more pleasant for the fans because it's not too hot in here. Quite comfortable, actually, but it's always good when in a qualifying round you see a record broken because you just know. And, and we've tracked these riders year in and year out, and when each year they're just incrementally working towards those records, it's quite a wonderful thing to behold.
9.3 seconds is the time Lee Hoffman rode in the qualifying to be the fastest time here. And now it's the two South Australians in Brister and Ryan. So these riders were 4th and 5th last year at the championships. So for James Brister, already the best result that he's had in the Aussie Sprint Championships.
And such close qualifying times. I said it last night, but if you do have an old manual stopwatch or even on your phone, see how quickly you can start and stop it, and that'll give you an idea of just how close these guys were.
So James Brister with the black helmet, and the red and black helmet is Tate Ryan, kilometre time trial champion from 2 days ago now. The younger of the two riders. Brister, position number 1 as he's drawn. This should be a good matchup between these two.
There's different style of riders, and so then it often comes down to the strategic cat and mouse. Tate Ryan, he won a gold medal 2 nights ago in the men's killer, and last night by the end of the sprint competition he was starting to look a bit tired. He would have really benefited from a good night's sleep. James Brister was looking a little bit fresher, but today's a new day.
3 South Australians in the top 4 of the elite men's sprints here at the AusCycling National Championships, doing great things in South Australia. And it's Brister, bottom of the track, just with a head on a swivel, just checking to see where Tate Ryan is. Now Ryan drifts up to get that little bit of extra height and advantage. Second semi-final, James Brister first to the bell. Tate Ryan, it's a very high sprint as they go down the back straight now. Now Ryan comes. Oh, the youngster, super quick acceleration. That was sensational to come up over the top of Brister. So just stalking, waiting, and pounced just at the right time, and he had the power to finish it off. So good win there for Tate Ryan.
He made it look quite easy in the end. A really good acceleration and technically a very efficient ride as well from Tate Ryan. The younger of the two riders, but
if he looked a bit tired, you think maybe at the end of last night, he's come out very fresh today. As we look at the first semi-final in the women's sprint, Alessia McCaig up against Imogen Gelbart, two Victorians. And Alessia is the defending champion with the green helmet on. The black helmet is Gelbart. It's her first time back at the National Championships for a number of years.
Yeah, McCaig, that's a championship record in her qualifying, and just remarkable, her progression. It's been wonderful to watch. Took her first World Cup win in Perth a couple of weeks ago in the Kieran, where she essentially, over a 500 metre, the last two laps, just rode everybody away. It was wonderful. Gelbart was a fantastic junior, but has been absent from the elite level of the sport for quite a while now. So it's great to see her back, and not just back, but making an impact. She scraped through. She qualified 5th, but beat Molly McGill on the way to this semi-final. But to be in the position to ride for a medal, given her progression and time away from the sport, is really quite remarkable.
Gelbart it is that leads away. Defending champion Alessia McCaig in second position. So green helmet for Alessia McCaig, black helmet for Imogen Gelbart. Both riders, quite extraordinary actually, both riders from Bendigo in central Victoria, although McCaig now living up here in Brisbane as part of the national sprint program.
Gelbart in control at the front. She was very good last night. It's like her head was on a swivel. She really didn't miss a single move. She'll need that against McCaig.
Gelbart was tactically brilliant yesterday, coming through the quarterfinals. Despite the years away from the sport, she's been straight back at it with good racecraft. McCaig, we know how good she is when it comes to racecraft. And into the final lap, it's Gelbart high on the track still. McCaig waiting to pounce. Gelbart full speed down the back straight, but look at that acceleration from Alessia McCaig. The two ladies from Bendigo and Victoria head to head, and it will be Alessia, the defending champion, that goes one up in the women's semi-final.
She's quick, she's on form, and pays a lot of respect to her competitors as well. She didn't slow down, she didn't sit up, and as she came past Gelbart, she rode all the way to the line, and I like that. There are some psychological games that happen between the sprinters, and that's also very entertaining. But McCaig is just here to get a job done. Next to come up, Danica Blincoe, the Queenslander, as we see McCaig just so comfortably over the top of Gelbart. So it'll be Blincoe and Tataranoff that are next. Blincoe from Rockhampton, Tataranoff in the colours of Western Australia, but recently moved over from New South Wales. Both very talented young ladies. Tataranoff in particular, her style, it's so beautiful. It's like she's a natural-born cyclist. Blincoe won so many titles across so many different events as a junior. She's had a bit of a tougher transition into senior years, and you know, the persistence has really started to pay off.
I thought you were about to quote Quentin Tarantino there.
Oh boy.
Natural Born Killers.
We're 10 minutes in and you're starting to quote movies
that's
already.
That's a movie not to be recommended to anyone under the age of perhaps 35, to be honest. Blincoe leads. Tataranoff, Western Australian, via New South Wales, of course. Lilia. bronze medalist from 12 months ago, Blinko. She beat Tatarinov for that bronze medal. And here they are again in the semi-finals, head-to-head.
But this time one of them will be riding for the gold and silver.
So Danica Blinko it is, but very high on the track was Tatarinov. You can see the extra acceleration she was able to get, so she'll have the advantage down the back straight past, out of the saddle again. And while Blinko beat her last year, Tatarinov is going to get the win in the first of the semi-final races for her this time around. So smart ride, took elevation, just coming out of the last bend with a lap to go, using that to her advantage to accelerate past.
Really smooth ride from her. She has excellent racecraft for her age. She's only a second year in the elite category. And certainly a lot of people with their eye on where her career could progress to. The under-19 men's sprint final is up next. Sebastian Topping is our rider from Queensland. Luca Pyatt from South Australia.
Well, he was sensational. Fast riding this afternoon, Pyatt. Fastest qualified, 10.29. I actually saw him immediately after the time trial this afternoon, and he fell off his bike and collapsed onto the track, onto the infield. And me, being a former endurance rider, had a little chuckle to myself.
We've had a bit of upset in this competition. Topping, he qualified third. He's riding for bronze, but Luca Pyatt was the fastest qualifier, and he finds himself riding for bronze. He was beaten by Angus Withington from the ACT, who we'll see up next, who qualified in ninth. So I think he was a little bit disappointed in that round, Luca Pyatt, and I understand he's got a bit of a grudge, a bit of an itch to scratch after that. So he'll be pretty motivated, but he's up against some pretty fierce competition with Sebastian Topping.
Just analysing him after that flying 200 and seeing the way he reacted, how deep he went, it made me think, look, maybe the endurance might be a bit of a challenge for him. Deep into the sprint now, long day of racing. He certainly has the speed, Pyatt, but can he step back up again as he needs to here in the semi-finals? Sebastian Topping, big gap here as well, so he's noticed it. So Seb Topping is taking the advantage here. Luca Pyatt a little bit napping down the back straight as they come to one lap to go. So it's going to be a long sprint very early on with a massive gap for Pyatt to overcome. He does have some incredible speed. He showed that in the afternoon program. Now he's into the slipstream, closing the gap down, gets up to the back wheel of Topping. Can he top over? He can. He just tops Topping and gets to the line first. But a big effort to do that.
It was a good ride from Pyatt, but it did take a lot of effort. He left it very late. Given the point of the competition that we're in, that was a bit of a risky move, and it might cost him a bit. Let's see if he can back up in the next round. But he did qualify fastest, so raw speed, that's what should have happened. We've had a few upsets. And it will be a very interesting race for gold that we will see in a minute. But Topping, he held his line. He technically rode really well. Pyatt just had a little bit more speed to come over the top. And there you can see the photo finish. Not that close in the end. And riding for gold, Angus Withington on screen. A remarkable upset for him. He qualified in 9th position and he finds himself riding for gold this evening. Absolutely sensational. Mitchell Stevens from South Australia, our second fastest qualifier on the lower part of the track. Now, on paper, this is a open-shut competition, but that's what Luca Pyatt thought in the semi-final. Not even mentioning the fact that Withington, on paper, shouldn't have been in the semi-final. Like, it's really been a remarkable competition for him.
South Australian Mitchell Stevens leads away. Angus Withington from the ACT in second position. Both very tall young men. Under 19 men's sprint finals. It's the race for gold. So Luca Pyatt is one up in the race for the bronze medal. This is now the big boys racing for gold. Definitely an upset to see Pyatt, the fastest qualifier, in that first semi-final. Now Withington and Stevens. There will be a new national champion in the under-19 sprint coming from one of these riders. Stevens still leads, Withington in second, both nervously flicking up and down the track. And an acceleration now coming from the South Australian Stevens. Here's the bell first. Big effort coming from Withington though. Acceleration to the back wheel. Wants to keep coming down the back straight to get over the top. Out of the saddle once more from Angus Withington. He's caught up on the outside though. Advantage to Stevens on the inside. And he goes one up in the race for gold for the under-19s.
A lot of power through those pedals, especially the last half lap. A continuous acceleration from him that just gave Withington no room to move, nothing to bring back. It's the best of three. And Stevens takes the first round on the way to gold. And next up, we've got the women under-19 team sprint qualifying. So we'll see the Australian Capital Territory up against South Australia. The fastest two of the states will progress to the gold medal ride-off. And the others will race for bronze. So we'll see the riders make their way up very shortly, with the first rider popping into the start gate. When the first bike is locked into the start gate, the clock starts with 50 seconds, and that's the first bike for the first state that is locked in, whichever side of the track they're on. And interestingly this week, we've had a couple of occasions, Scott, where they've been furiously trying to get bikes and riders ready with 10 seconds to go. Like, they've really mistimed it. It always makes me nervous watching, let alone how they're feeling.
So the ACT on the home straight. South Australians still just getting themselves organised in the back straight. So Hannah Petit, Alexis Phillips and Emily Watch from the ACT, and Sophie Barker, April Catt and Paige Squire, the individual sprint champion for South Australia, in the back straight. So the fastest two state teams will go to the gold medal race. The others will have a ride-off. We do have one composite team in the race. ACT versus South Australia, heat one. Oh, and not a good start for the ACT. The third rider really skipping the bike. So that was Emily Watch with a really tricky situation.
I mean, it's interesting. You can see the gaps have appeared, but she has made her way on. I mean, the question is, did Petit wait for her or not? Based on how fast South Australia was compared to ACT, arguably Alexis Phillips held up a bit, and Petit as well. But Petit and Watch now into full flight, but well down on Team South Australia, who are riding a remarkable time. Paige Squire finishing it off.
Well, Squire has a gold medal already this week, and she won't be beaten from here. Comfortably out in front as she comes around her final bend to the back straight. She can see the opponents across the straight in front of her, and it's the best time there for South Australia. 52.318, so a comfortable ride for South Australia. Bit of a hiccup there for the ACT off the start. And that's what we saw in the final result for them, unfortunately. South Aussies look smooth.
They did look, it was a very good start. I mean, Paige Squire in particular, and that's her on screen now, has had quite a remarkable competition so far. She's very impressive. And sometimes team sprints, when they're at a state level, the riders aren't necessarily used to riding with each other, especially because some of their training environments, despite their state allegiances, are not necessarily overlap. But great job from them. We've got the composite team in the back straight. That's what we're looking at now. From WA, Madeline Pitt, Alana Lake from Victoria, Madeline Douglas Savage from Queensland. Queensland is the team in the front straight. Milan Bradshaw, April Paddy and Madison Smith.
Well, the riders in the front straight. This is in the back straight. Now, I am told the Queenslander that we're focusing on right there is, that's Madeline Douglas Savage, 14 years of age.
Her brother has been one of the standouts in the under-19 men's endurance. Isn't that remarkable? 14. Go, Maddie.
So Bradshaw, Patty and Smith for Queensland, the home straight. Pitt, Lake and Douglas Savage in the back straight. A composite team. You can see the different jerseys, Western Australia, Victoria and Queensland, and a 14-year-old on the track here at the AusCycling Track National Championships, in third wheel as well.
Oh.
Clean start from both teams.
Queensland led out by Milan Bradshaw, the composite by Madeline Pitt. And both Bradshaw and Pitt open up a bit of a gap in the start, but Team Queensland in a little bit of strife here.
So Queensland are fastest, but that first rider was way out in front, so it didn't help the other two to be that far out into the distance. So that's keeping it close at the second. So 0.3 of a second, the composite team with a real chance here after that start from Queensland. And it's even tighter now. Really tight between these two. Now it's the young gun, Madeline Douglas Savage from Queensland up against Maddie Smith. And it does look like the Queensland team have been able to manage to get themselves back out in front as they come down to the line. It will be Queensland over the composite team. And a 53.4.
So a ride for gold for Queensland and a ride for bronze for the composite team. And in a medal spot too, biggest ride of that was definitely Maddie Douglas Savage, 14 years of age. I feel like they kind of threw her under the bus a bit. Here you go.
She handled it well.
She did. She did. And at Queensland, I think, have a lot to improve from that. Milan Bradshaw did a tremendous first lap, but it was a bit tough for Maddie Smith. It was only about 10 metres where the acceleration was so different, but it made the real difference, and Maddie Smith essentially had to do 500 metres of that effort without much slipstream. April Paddy did a good job finishing it off. We've seen her consistently through this competition as well.
Well, that ended up being much closer than I thought it was going to be. And for a 14-year-old to anchor her team, kudos.
Yes, she is. I feel like this is a moment where we'll be sitting here commentating the Olympics in 2032, and we'll say, do you remember when we saw Maddie on Olympic? She'll be on Olympic debut, and we'll say, do you remember when we saw her in the team sprint as a 14-year-old?
She was a little tacker back then.
Yeah, she just now needs to get a photo with Anna Meares to just bring that, write the story for us.
So back to the semi-finals for the elite men in the sprint. Lee Hoffman up against Daniel Barber once more. Hoffman from Whyalla in South Australia. Have a pretty good little outdoor track there in Whyalla. Oh, I've got ahead of myself. It's not the elite men. We are back to the under-19s, I should say.
Yeah, the scoreboard is sending us round the circle. Luca Pyatt we are looking at, and Sebastian Topping, the Queenslander, did a great job in the team sprint. Look at they have a little look at each other. They're not swapping any niceties, I can tell you that.
Little head nods at each other, like, you know.
I see you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So this is the race for the bronze medal, and Luca Pyatt from South Australia is one up in the best of three competition. So Sebastian Topping needs to do something special here to force a decider. The fastest qualifier finds himself in the race for the bronze medal. It was a tough race, the last one. Topping went very early. Pyatt eventually got to him and got over the top. Very tight, but they had to go very deep when they go so far from the finish. Will that play any factor in the endurance and the repeatability of Luca Pyatt, in particular the South Aussie?
It's been an unexpected progression through to riding for a bronze medal for Luca Pyatt. He had expectations after fastest qualifying that he'd be riding for gold, but this is his chance to make good.
So Pyatt leads. If he wins this, he gets the bronze medal. Seb Topping trying to avoid that from happening. Wants to force a decider up to the back wheel. Down the back straight, he looks really good. The Queenslander, tuck position very low, slippery through the air as he comes through. It's a comfortable win for Topping. And I feel that that hard race before is what's starting to really hurt Luca Pyatt. We go back to the qualifying, as I mentioned earlier, Kate, if you're just tuning in. Luca Pyatt was the fastest qualifier in the under-19 sprint competition, but I watched him come off the track into the infield and basically collapse onto the concrete. He was so cooked from that flying 200 metres, and I thought to myself, oh, gee, maybe an endurance background is the issue he might have. Now we're deep into the competition, and that's what I think I saw there.
Yeah, he's certainly got the horsepower. He's got the goods, but he doesn't quite have the staying power yet, so it's been a bit... You see the moments of brilliance. He can back up. He can do it again. He's had a bit of a rest from the afternoon session, but that bit him there. And, I think it's an opportunity for Topping, because that'll give confidence going into the third ride-off, the bronze medal decider. And
I don't want to take anything away from Sebastian either. Could purely just be in better form right now as the day has gone on. But, yeah, that's what I was getting from the body language of those two riders. We come back to the race for gold. And Mitchell Stevens from South Australia, top of the track. He's one up in the race for gold against Angus Withington from the ACT. Change of start positions. Withington, position number 1. .10.5 in qualifying for Stevens, 10.8.8 for Withington. About 25 hundredths of a second in pure speed, but they've had so many races in the legs that really does get neutralised as we get deeper into this competition. It's a bit of courage, a bit of guts, who's had the most amount of training and who can actually still get to their maximum watts once they get into the race for gold.
They're both long-limbed young men, both very explosive, similar riders. But Withington didn't have the best qualifying. He was in 9th. He sprinted his way remarkably through the competition to find himself even in the hunt for a gold medal. That comes with a kind of audacity that you get on the start line, and you're like, well...
Some good tactics happening here. Stevens trying to just ease up to the outside there of Withington. And Withington just trying to control things from the front. Now both riders absolutely full gas into the bell. So Stevens trying to come over the outside and has been able to, but out of the saddle once more. Withington from the ACT gets to fight back on the inside, the shorter way to the gold medal here. Stevens and Withington will be going to the decider. So Withington gets it over the top of Stevens, and we'll see them come back and race again.
Wow, that was a sensational ride from Angus Withington. In my knowledge, and I say this, no, we love our data here. In my knowledge, no one has qualified in 9th position and gone on to win a gold medal. I don't actually think anybody's qualified in 9th and gone on to win even a silver, for context of how unusual it is. But what a great ride. Gee, it was when Stevens, and we can see it here, he was right there, primed to get that run in, but Withington just kept the power on, and that was that.
Just shows you the depth of competition in the under-19s. We saw an incredible points race for the endurance guys a couple of days ago, and now so many good riders. If he can be 9th fastest and still be racing for gold, that's great competition for the 19 lads. Tactical brilliance from the young man Withington from the ACT. And now we go back to the elite men. It's the semi-final, second heat. Lee Hoffman, fastest qualifier, one up against Daniel Barber. Barber from Dubbo, New South Wales. And the Whyalla Wonder, Lee Hoffman. Top of the track for the defending champ.
He's just been on such excellent form, Lee Hoffman. He's really stepped up in the last, especially 12 to 24 months.
Barber won the Kirin in a super tight finish last year on this track at the National Championships, and has really gone on from then. Now he's a regular member of the National Team Sprint team.
I really like his style of racing. He's quite entertaining. You know that he's puts a lot of consideration into all of the different options that might happen out on track, which you need when you're coming up against someone like Lee Hoffman. The winner will progress through to the gold medal round.
One win away from racing for gold again for Lee Hoffman. Barber needs to force the decider by winning this one. Ooh, and dives down, shut the door, Barber. So really good tactical move there to just shut Hoffman out from coming through underneath. He'll have another chance here though, needs to pay attention, dives down the track once more. So Barber controlling that first position really well. He knows how fast Hoffman is, but he wants to make sure he earns it by coming all the way around the outside. Here comes Hoffman now, up to the shoulder of Daniel Barber, into the finishing straight, and will get there. So good race by both riders, but Hoffman just too good.
The body language says it was a relatively controlled ride from Hoffman, but there's a very small margin of error at that speed.
Danny did everything right there. It was a really good tactical race. Just that extra speed that Lee has at the moment. Not allowed to throw the hooks that we did back in the day to try and stop your opponent from coming past. So
no,
really
which is a good thing.
It's so hard to beat speed like that Lee has, because Danny didn't do anything wrong. That was a good race.
Elbows were the only option, and I'm glad he didn't take that one. But Hoffman, he'll cruise on through to the gold medal round.
So it will be an all South Australian final, that is confirmed, with Hoffman going through, and the next heat coming up for the semis, Brister and Ryan, both from South Australia. So bragging rights for the South Australians in the men's sprint competition. That said, both all Hoffman, Barber and Ryan all based out of Brisbane these days as part of that high performance program. So Tate Ryan, the kilometre champion from this week with the red helmet, position number 1. James Brister, top of the track.
Ryan took heat 1. He was the third qualifier, with Brister being the second. So we like to say on paper, and that's based on the qualifying, but, you know, honestly, you rip the paper up half the time.
Just make sure you put it in the recycling bin when you do. Ryan leads away.
Thank you, Captain Planet.
Brister must win this to force a decider.
They're different frames. Brister is a much taller rider. Tate, he just tucks in like a little pocket rocket.
Well, his acceleration from second position down the back straight in that first race against James was quite extraordinary. Well, on paper, as you say, like they were super close, but it didn't look like that. Tate just looked so much faster in the first race, but we know James does have that sort of capability as well.
And when we talk about weight, like when you're on the road, you talk about power to weight, especially when it comes to climbing. On the track, it's really relevant for acceleration. So often the smaller riders have that advantage in that acceleration, but when it does get up to the higher speeds and continuing to push those big powers, sometimes it's the bigger frames. It doesn't mean one is dominant over the other, it's just a different style of racing.
Brister in second position. Tate Ryan leads, high on the track, up and down, ducking and weaving for James Brister. And it's been a really long sprint, high speeds for the last lap as they come into the final lap now. Finally down to the bottom of the track. And Brister really with a good acceleration up to the back wheel of Ryan. We know how much seated power Tate Ryan has though, and that's what he used to get the win there. So Brister was coming at him, but Tate Ryan, once he was down in the saddle and just started kicking those pedals, incredible.
He looked a lot faster than Brister because Brister rode a beautiful race there actually, and he used everything in his arsenal. Technically it was very sound, but Ryan has just really stepped up, especially from yesterday where there were some tight competitions and there was a bit of rocking and rolling on the bike going on. He was a bit fatigued, but he's I don't know if he's maybe had a cold plunge or a sauna or a mineral bath. Whatever it is, it's worked.
Well, if you go back to those of you may remember Ryan Bailey, Olympic gold medalist in the sprint, his recovery plan was a trip through the drive-through.
At KFC, yeah, it didn't involve a mineral bath or
nothing high-tech at all.
An ice plunge.
Ryan's recovery, but gee, it worked.
Imogen Gelbart is the first on the track. Alessia McCaig is about to roll up. There she is.
So we see the two handlers looking after them. Shane Kelly just bringing up Alessia McCaig, and it's Hilton Clark Jr. is Imogen Gelbart's husband. Hilton Clark, former professional rider, spent most of his time racing over in the USA. His father, very famous Mexico Olympian and a coach for such a very long time for Victoria and the Carnegie Caulfield Club down in Melbourne. Very well known on the scene, Hilton Clark Senior. Good to see Junior back around as Imogen Gelbart has come back into the sport after, it must be a good 6 years or so out of it. I'll have to find that one out. But Alessia McCaig won up in this race. Women's semi-finals for the sprint. And McCaig one win away from racing for gold and defending that title from 12 months ago.
Gelbart's been a wonderful addition back into this competition. We haven't seen her on the board since she was a junior, but she's turned the competition on its head, sprinting her way into the semi-finals.
Just trying to put a little bit of pressure on McCaig. You can see climbing the track, trying to force McCaig to accelerate and waste energy early on to try and stunt that speed. But it will be McCaig, still in control. Gelbart, very good tactical rider as well. Hard on the back wheel as they go down the back straight. Now both riders seated and accelerating through the final corner. Difficult to come over the top of the defending champ from there. So McCaig goes two straight and she'll go into the race for gold and silver. And Imogen Gelbart still has a chance to race for bronze.
Classy textbook ride from McCaig. And I also think a really great ride from Gelbart as well, because she turned it into energy saving mode in the last 100 metres because the competition's not over. There's still a bronze medal for her to race for. But Alessia McCaig seems utterly unfazed at this point in the competition.
Cool Cat McCaig.
Is that her nickname, or is that the nickname we're giving her?
Yeah, it is now. Actually, Mum and Dad are here somewhere. I'll have to ask them. I'm not sure what her nickname is. Lilia Tataranoff from Western Australia. She's won up in her race in the women's semi-finals of the sprint against Danica Blinko from Queensland. These are the two that were third and fourth 12 months ago. It was Blinko that came away with the bronze medal. So far, Tataranoff is one up, trying to reverse things from last year, put herself into the race for gold and silver. Tatarinov leads away, the Western Australian colours. Danica Blinko from Queensland, the faster of the two in qualifying, but it was only marginal, 10.79 versus 10.84. So evenly matched in terms of outright speed, these two.
Well, Tatarinov just looks so beautiful on the bike, a natural bike rider. Both of these athletes have been in the sport from a very young age, juniors. They both have had a huge success at the junior level.
A little bit of extra speed there from Blinko. Tatarinov so far just shutting the door each time. Once again, Blinko just trying to put a bit more pressure on Tatarinov. You can see just up and down the track, trying to nervously push Tatarinov to accelerate early. Now, finally, she's on the pedals, out of the saddle as quick as she can be in the final bend, coming up soon. And now Blinko into the slipstream. Tatarinov gets out of the saddle once again. Blinko closes, comes up to the hip. Can she close it down to the line? She can. So it's one win apiece in the second semi-final, going to a third. Good closing speed from Danica Blinko.
She has just so steadily improved over the last 5 years. It's been just a real show of resilience. Tatarinov is known for, you know, the incredible amount of talent she has, and everybody has a lot of, I guess there's a bit of pressure on her, actually, because they know how good she is, and everybody talks about just how good and talented she is, but she's still very young. She's only 19. And that kind of race experience, you know, Blinko's 5 years into her elite senior career, and it's those little moments that really shows up.
Well, and in all fairness, they will get an extra rest because we'll go into bunch race now, so they'll get a little bit longer rest than they normally would have, so that's great.
They're the moments that the sprinters really appreciate, the endurance riders.
So the women's under-19 elimination race coming up onto the track now. Love this one. It's always good TV.
It is. We've got a couple. We've got scratch race after that, and we've also got the elite women's elimination. So it's a good way to break up some of the sprint competitions.
So a few riders to look out for in this one. Megan Moore won the points race the other night in a fantastic battle with Elsie Apps. We saw Elsie pick up her gold medal in the 1,000-metre time trial. So 2 gold medalists already. Sienna Monteith from Queensland, Neve Parslow as well. They were really good alongside Megan Moore, the Queenslanders. They also have Grace Hunter and Isabella Potts. So a lot of Queenslanders, 5 of them in this one.
Well, Isabella Potts was on the podium in the kilometre time trial last night as well, and Parslow and Monteith in the individual pursuit. So it's actually been a great competition because the medals have been spread across what is a very talented cohort, 13 riders.
Well, 2 Victorians as well, Audrey Pritchard and Madeline Douglas. Maddie Douglas with a bronze. She was a medalist also in that 1,000-metre time trial. Western Australia represented by Viana Nadjafian. And we have alongside Elsie Apps for New South Wales, we have Isabel Prince and Emily Hines. So 13 riders. Elimination lap every 2 laps. Last rider across the line, of course, taken out of the race until we get down to that final 2-up sprint. Great tactical race there, this one.
So instead of watching the front of the race, we'll be watching the back. It is the last rider across the line that is eliminated and taken out of the race. Growing up, this was like the best carnival race. It wasn't indoctrinated in the international program at the World Championships, which has happened now, and it's fantastic because it is very, very entertaining.
They roll away, the pace will go up.
So if there are any race incidents, then somebody may be called out that isn't last across the line, but generally we're looking at the back of the peloton.
So first elimination lap now. Bell sounds to let them know next time around. Last one across will be out, and at the top of the track, Isabel Prince from New South Wales in a bit of danger. Needs to move up. Right in front of her is Elsie Apps. That's not where she wants to be. She's one of the favourites for this. So Prince has not moved through, so she'll be the first one to go.
Yeah, App's got herself out of strife moving up, but she will want to move right on up to make sure she's not in any trouble. So the announcer at the track calls them out, and that's how they know for sure. Maddie Douglas, she had a great day yesterday, but she's in a precarious position.
She's just looking at the back wheel of Nanja Fian from Western Australia. Needs to accelerate down the finishing straight here, and not going to get there, so it will be Madeline Douglas from Victoria, the next one to go.
And Nanja Fian just looked over her shoulder there, comfortable that she wouldn't have to accelerate more. So an efficient way to ride, but the back is danger. It always is danger, and she finds herself right at the very back again, and it's Elsie Apps who's playing with fire a bit tonight.
Parslow at the front of the peloton does cost a lot of energy to be on the right on the front for a number of laps. You can see the Western Australian, Nanja Fian, dives down underneath and doesn't get through, so she'll be the next one to go.
And you might notice we've got Elsie Apps from New South Wales there, straight in front of her number 140, Megan Moore. This is what we saw in the junior women's points race. Moore and Apps, it was the final sprint, a photo finish that defined them, and Apps followed Moore for the last half of the race. So is that what she's doing now? Because
well, just when I was going to delete some, we've got more Apps out on the race, on the track at the moment, but Apps has been able to cruise past. So Pritchard in danger, perhaps the Victorian, getting squeezed out the back, and it is her. So Pritchard, number 152.
152, rider 152.
Elsie Apps did get herself into a little bit of trouble by focusing too much on Megan Moore in the points race. So she doesn't want to do that here. You really do have to race your own race in the elimination.
They're very different style of riders too. Moore rides a bigger gear and winds it up. Apps, with certainly the gold medal in the time trial showed us, she's got a huge turn of speed and acceleration.
So the Queenslander on the inside, red bike, that's Isabella Potts in danger when you're stuck down there. There's nowhere to go, and that's why she's out, number 143.
Oh, that's a bummer. This is an event that suits her because she does have a bit of endurance, but she's got enough speed, but positioning is everything.
So Apps from New South Wales. Then it's Moore, second last position. Hines, the second of the riders from New South. Grace Hunter from Queensland, right down underneath. That's not where you want to be. And you can see Moore and Apps bruising up around the outside. Hines will be okay as well. And from the ACT, Hannah Petit.
Hannah Petit is eliminated right from the ACT.
Well, that was a clear elimination.
And then all of a sudden it happens that fast.
But Apps has now, she's now been punted off Megan Moore's wheel by her own teammate Emily Hines, finds herself at the back. I've no doubt she has the speed to duck around the outside. It might come at the cost of Grace Hunter, the Queenslander who's stuck underneath.
That's not where you want to be.
You've got nowhere to go.
Yep, one high and behind you as well. So you can see Elsie Apps just cruises up around the outside. She knows she only has to get past Hunter, and that was done very comfortably indeed. So Grace Hunter gone.
I feel like Elsie Apps is kind of toying with them at this point. She's got the engine to be able to do it.
Well, Parslow was the rider that's been on the front the entire time, so that must cost us some energy when they get right down to it. But once again, Apps on the back, Hines in front of her, then it's Moore.
Well, Lucy Johnson underneath from Tasmania is, I fear, going to get caught up here. Nowhere to go down the bottom there, but Apps.
With the run from high on the track as they come down the straight, that's a comfortable non-elimination once again for Elsie Apps, as Lucy Johnson is the one caught out. So 3 Queenslanders versus 2 from New South Wales here.
She won't be happy with that one. She's in perfect position.
So Parslow, Monteith, Moore, Hines, and at the very back once again, Elsie Apps.
New South Wales riders to get themselves in position, otherwise they're going to take each other.
Little move from Hines, out of the saddle, but not really pushing forward. Now she starts to drift up beside Megan Moore. And Apps is going to be 5 wide around the outside. It's going to cost energy every time you do this. She stays in the race once again, and it's Hines that's gone.
I mean, Elsie Apps is looking pretty comfortable doing it, but it's a slightly risky tactic. Neve Parslow, she's literally been on the front the entire race. That's a really great tactic to get a medal, but usually not to win, because it does cost, as you said, a huge amount of energy.
Elsie Apps has been following the wheel.
What will be interesting is Elsie Apps going to rely on Megan Moore to take her around, or will she pop around herself and trap Moore underneath?
Needs to be very careful this time. Elsie Apps, very quality riders in front of her. Parslow, Monteith, Moore and Apps, and a bit more this time, and it's Moore that goes. So a little bit more effort from Elsie Apps to stay in the race, but Megan Moore is the one now eliminated. So down to 3, and we've got our medalists on the track. What colour will it be? But that was the first time we really saw the shoulders have to go side to side there for Elsie Apps.
Moore's already got 2 gold. Apps is the only gold medalist in these 3 riders.
Sienna Monteith is the first to move. Parslow's been on the front the entire time, but still has enough in the legs to accelerate. So this is an extraordinary ride from Neve Parslow. Sienna Monteith unable to go over the top. Elsie Apps will be in for it. So Monteith is out, and it's going to be Parslow versus Apps.
That showed a lot of strength from Neve Parslow to accelerate from the front and really hold that position.
It's been an incredible ride from Neve. You're on the front the entire time and guaranteed a silver medal here. Has she got one more sprint in those legs though? Elsie Apps has been so strong throughout this race. She won the kilometre time trial last night. She has some pure speed in those legs. It's a real drag race as they come into the final bend. They're on their hands and knees, exhausted, both of them. Big support for the Queenslanders.
Wow.
And Neve Parslow started on the front, stayed on the front, and won gold in the under-19 elimination. That was an extraordinary ride.
And may I eat my words?
Yeah. Oh, I would not have picked that. No way.
It's unusual to be able to win when you've been on the front the whole time. It just shows the class.
I've never seen it before.
Well, you have now.
Yep.
No longer can we say we've never seen it before.
Quality ride.
Shows a lot of grit.
Well, look, with our backgrounds, I'm sure you were the same as I. Halfway through, I'm thinking, nah, Parslow, she'll get deep into this race, but there's no chance she can win. She's just spending so much energy.
Well, usually that's a tactic that you take when you know you're strong, but you don't really back yourself in the sprint, you know, in a pointy end. But I mean, we know Apps is quick. She won a gold medal in the kilo. She won the most amount of sprints in the points race by speed, by sprinting for points, not in breakaways. And she just couldn't get around.
Yep, great ride.
That's
well deserved.
Cool. Very well deserved.
So 2 completely different races there. On the front the whole way for the winner. Silver medalist sitting at the back the entire way, just picking each rider off every elimination lap.
And it would be easy to say, well, she's a really good road rider, so, you know, an 8-minute race is nothing. But it just doesn't translate like that. It's a completely different event and physiological requirements when you're out on the track.
So the riders about to come back up again, and it'll be Danica Blinko from Queensland and Lilia Tatarinov. This is the deciding race in the women's semi-finals. We know that Alessia McCaig has already gone through to the race for gold and silver. Imogen Gilbart is patiently now waiting to see who she'll be racing against for the bronze medal. The winner of this next race will be up against Alessia.
And a natural advantage to have an extra round to sit out.
Yep, so advantage to both Gilbart and McCaig that are waiting to see who they will be racing in the next race.
So Blinko riding for Queensland. Tatarinov in the yellow there. 1 round apiece. Tatarinov only 19 years of age. Blinko 23. I would say that they're both relatively young.
By our standards?
By our standards.
Well, by mine, with respect. So Blinko first up onto the track. This is what happened in the previous race. Good tactical riding from both of them. No real mistakes made, just pure power. So you can see the qualifying times underneath their names, very evenly matched there as well.
Western Australia is Olivia Tatarinov, one rider pace in sprint semi-final.
Danica Blinko, focused and ready. She wants to get it into the final. She was the bronze medalist last year. She wants gold or silver this time. Must win this to have a chance of doing it. And her opponent, Lilia Tatarinov, was beaten by Danica last year for that bronze medal. So fourth last year. Tatarinov, if she can win this, it'll be her best result regardless of what happens in the gold and silver medal race.
Well, Blinko from Rockhampton, a few famous cyclists. We're essentially in the house of Rockhampton royalty here at the Meares Velodrome. Tatarinov is from Gosford on the central coast of New South Wales, and she's ridden for the Central Coast Cycling Club for many years. She's now representing Western Australia simply for the training environment. But I know that Central Coast Cycling Club have put an enormous amount of support and community into her journey to get her to this point.
So Blinko could have gone to the first position there, but I feel that she's quite happy to stay in second, just trying to force Tatarinov to waste energy and go early. And so far, she has been able to do a little bit of that. Now into the final lap, the winner will be going into the race for gold and silver. It's Tatarinov that leads down the back straight for Western Australia. Here comes Blinko, the Queenslander. Oh, tucked right down low as she comes up to the hip, trying to come around the outside, and Blinko is going to get there. Oh, fist pump from Blinko. She's into the race for gold and silver. She'll be up against Alessia McKay. Quality ride there from Danica. And Lilia Tatarinov will be coming up against Imogen Gelbart in the race for bronze.
Beautiful ride from Blinko. Tatarinov did everything right. And it's been 3 rounds where both of them have ridden
just getting tired.
Smart races.
Yep, 2 long days of racing.
It is long rounds, and the conditions are quite pleasant here today, but it was quite hot yesterday.
You throw in the team sprints as well, so there's been plenty of racing that they've had already here at the championships. Really difficult to keep backing up with these maximum efforts. Well, Blinko versus McCaig. The bronze medalist from last year up against the defending champion from Victoria in McCaig. And another Victorian in Gelbart. Both of them, McCaig and Gelbart, from Bendigo in Victoria. Both racing for the medals in the elite women's sprint competition. Back to the team sprints now, the under-19 women.
In the front straight for the ACT, and this is for the bronze medal. Alexis Phillips from the ACT is our starting rider. Hannah Pettit in second and Emily Watch in third. That is the composite team we're seeing in the back straight. Alana Lake has been moved into the starting position. Madeline Pitt now in second, and our 14-year-old Maddie Douglas Savage. What an incredibly talented young lady she is. She's still at third wheel.
The 14-year-old in the composite team in position number 3, the top of the track. Arguably the toughest, 3 laps. So the ACT versus the composite team. Final 30 seconds. The race for the bronze medal, which, because the composite team are not technically a state, so they can't actually claim the medal. So the ACT have got that, but bragging rights still up for grabs here, and the composite team certainly looking to put in some good results. National team selection is up for grabs here. Junior World Championships later this year.
The ACT have changed their starting order, so Hannah Pettit is starting them off.
Underway the race for bronze, women's under-19 team sprint. The ACT versus the composite team, made up of a Victorian, a Western Australian and a teenager from Queensland, 14 years of age. The youngster in third position. Good start from the ACT though. They are comfortably up at the end of the first half lap. Into the first lap, though, the composite team are coming back.
Well, both teams in a moment's strife after half a lap, but they're back composed. It's the composite team that's up.
Yeah, big effort there from Madeline Pitt to get the composite team out in front. 1 lap to go now, and it's ACT versus composite. And the youngster, Douglas Savage, trying to come back. ACT back in front this time as they go through. Half a lap to go. It's going to be really tight between these two, but the ACT will just get there. So really tight in the end, but the ACT coming through to pick up the bronze medal.
Great ride from the ACT. They changed up their order in that one. So Pettit was the first to go. Alexis Phillips behind her. Emily Watch finishing it off.
We have our national champion for the junior women's 19 years elimination, Neve Parslow. Now, Neve, how's it feel to be a national champion?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, really excited.
And talk us through your strategy out there today. You love the road, tracks a little bit of fun.
You can see the race for the gold and silver starting to get themselves ready onto the track now. The home straight will be South Australia, Sophie Baker, April Katz and Paige Squire up against Queensland's Milan Bradshaw,
and last one,
April Patty and Madison Smith.
And that's Emily Watch finishing it off for the ACT to get their bronze medal. And here is Team South Australia racing for gold. Fastest qualifiers in the front straight.
Fantastic win. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the junior women 19s gold medal final for the team sprint.
And that is Team Queensland.
Team of Queensland.
So they haven't started the countdown just yet. The Queensland start
South Australia
bike not quite ready to go. So just back to the conversation we had before about Imogen Gelbart, how long she'd been out of the sport. Well, confirmation coming through, thanks to Noel Sands. 13 years. What did we say, 6 or 7? Time goes quick, doesn't it? 13 years for Gelbart and racing for a medal.
Well, she's 29 years of age, so I suppose that does add up, yes. And thank you, Noel. He's our official, unofficial Chief Information Officer.
Not sure if it does add up 13 though. If she's 29, under 19 when she stopped.
First year maybe?
It's a long time.
12 years.
South Australia versus Queensland. This is the race for gold and silver. Women's under 19 team sprints. 20 seconds to go. South Australia looked really smooth. Paige Squire, the gold medalist in the individual sprint, will bring them home once again. Fantastic weapon to have in your arsenal, to have someone as quick as Squire to finish things off. Madison Smith on the other side of the track to do likewise for the Queenslanders. Race for gold underway, the under 19. Smooth start from the South Australians in particular. Queensland still in a good position as well.
Well, Sophie Baker cleanly out of the gate for South Australia. Queensland is led by Milan Bradshaw. It'll be Paddy and Kat that come through next. April Kat for South Australia. Wow, big turn of speed from her. April Paddy from Queensland, though, looking smooth. But South Australia, they're up.
Paddy Kat as the second rider comes through to finish, and it'll be the last two as they come through. South Australia with a really good advantage here. It's Squire versus Smith, and the South Australian Paige Squire is absolutely motoring down the back straight. Madison Smith from Queensland's not going to be able to come back to get the win here because Paige Squire has absolutely blistered her way around the track here to get the win. It's gold to South Australia. Strong, dominant performance from them. Queensland will take the silver, 51.927 for the South Australians. Quality time.
And another gold medal for Paige Squire. What a competition it's been for her. She looks completely toast, to be honest. Every day that the competition goes on, the fatigue just adds up, but that's the effort that it takes to win a gold medal.
Good race by them.
And Milan Bradshaw from Queensland won a gold medal last year in a championship time. So that team's now taken a silver because South Australia was so strong. It just shows you the quality and level of competition.
So the South Aussies with the 51.9, that championship record you speak of, 51.2. So 0.7 of a second slower than last year's Queensland winning team. That did have Olivia Wright and Ella Liang, who went on to get a bronze medal at the Under-19 World Championships, Ella, last year. So quality international rider. We've already seen her on the podium again here in the elite women's team sprint on the opening day.
It's good to see the camaraderie between the athletes as they all make their way off the track.
Yep, healthy respect. Not always the way. Some of the other races, when you get down to the Kirans and the sprints, when it is really that sort of head-to-head boxer mentality.
Not as many
fight.
cuddles involved.
No.
Between the competitors there.
You can see here, very, very happy. The South Australians, great ride from them, the gold medalists in the Under-19 team sprint. Team manager, Bear Liang, you mentioned her daughter Ella, gold medalist last year in this discipline. Bear is the team manager for the Queenslanders, amongst many other things.
And this is now the race for gold for bronze, pardon me, in the Under-19 men's sprint. Sebastian Topping for Queensland. Luca Pyatt, our fastest qualifier.
Please welcome back to the Velodrome, the Queenslander Sebastian Topping.
For South Australia.
So, one race apiece between these two. The winner of this will have the bronze medal. So it's been a fascinating battle between Topping and Pyatt. Pyatt won the first one. It was a long sprint. Pyatt came from a long way back and just pipped Topping. And then in the second race, Sebastian Topping quite comfortably got the better of Luca Pyatt. So this will be a big challenge. Bronze medal up for grabs. Topping from Queensland in second position. Luca Pyatt from South Australia, the fastest qualifier, now fighting for the bronze medal.
And if you notice, there's a little red box on the back of Luca Pyatt's bike. That's a power meter, an SRM, a power collection box. That'll give some wonderful insights into what's happening out on the bike.
Nice and slow as they get to complete the first half lap, and Pyatt perhaps wanting Topping to come to the front, so trying to stop and force Topping to come past.
They can do this for up to 30 seconds, up to 2 times during the event. It's very unusual to see that. In the Perth World Cup in the elite men, we saw it happen with Matthew Richardson actually toppling because the speed dropped so low, racing against Azazul Awang from Malaysia. So even the most skilled, it can bring them undone.
So Luca Pyatt it is. Slow speed has been dispensed. Now we're getting up to full speed here as they come around to get the bell. The winner of this will go onto the podium with the bronze medal, and Luca Pyatt it is that leads into the final lap. Sebastian Topping is so low, so aero in the slipstream. Oh, and the Queenslander, the youngster, flashes past Topping, goes over the top of Pyatt, and it's a comfortable win there. Bronze medal going to Queensland as Sebastian Topping gets over the top of Luca Pyatt.
Beautifully executed. He certainly had the speed and the staying power to do that quite comfortably. Luca Pyatt showing good respect to his competitor, urging the crowd to show their appreciation and applause. Says a lot about his character. He qualified in first this morning, and I think he was expecting to certainly be standing on the podium and in the race for gold. But Sebastian Topping, he has done a sensational job.
Oh, he's like a delicious ice cream, topping on top.
He just flies around. I mean, it was
so
also,
slippery. Yeah.
it was very good that Luca Pite also made no movement upwards. It would have been quite tempting to edge up to the end of the sprint line. But that's frowned upon these days.
Well, this is the race for gold now. One race apiece here as well. So the under-19 men's sprint competition has been fascinating, that each race for all the medals has gone to the decider. Mitchell Stevens from South Australia in the red colours won the first heat. Then it was Angus Withington from the ACT picking up the second.
Stevens has drawn front spot, will lead away this time.
Stevens qualifying in second, Withington qualifying in ninth, and a similar time to what he did last year. Otherwise, I would say maybe something went wrong in qualifying, but it's actually pretty consistent with where he's been. So it just shows that he's got incredible racecraft and a sense for the sprint match competition, even if he is absent a little bit of that top speed that some of the other riders possess. To our memory, we've never seen somebody progress from ninth through to a medal, a gold or a silver, so really quite remarkable.
And he dives underneath here, so Withington wanting to that first position, so he's gone nice and early. This is the race for gold in the under-19 men's sprint. First to the line is going to be the gold medalist, and it's Withington from the ACT. Stevens now steps out for South Australia. Out of the saddle once again for Withington. Kicks the pedals again as he comes into the final straight, and from ninth in qualifying to a gold medal in the under-19 men's sprint, Angus Withington from the Australian Capital Territory. What an extraordinary day he has had.
That has got to be one of the most incredible progressions through a sprint competition that has ever been seen at a national championship. And look at the satisfaction. His family are just to the right of us. You can probably hear them through our microphones. They're going bananas is how I would say it. And they, I must say, when he crossed the line, they had slight disbelief on their faces as well, followed by some wonderful squeals.
Some ear-piercing squeals happening here at the Meares Velodrome. Such is the excitement. Fantastic result there for Angus Withington. I wonder if he had made some sort of mistake in qualifying. So to come from Nola, he's clearly super fast.
I mean, I thought that too, but then I looked up his qualifying time from last year, and actually it was similar. So, yes, it's unusual. That's 2 gold medals in a row now.
Time trials must bore him. It's racing that he wants to do.
We've got 2 haven't seen before. Neve Parslow on the front the entire elimination and then winning from ninth to gold. At the end of every night you ask me what my best part of the night has been.
We've already had
This is going to be a tough one.
We've already had it.
Oh God, we've still got an elimination to go, a scratch race to go.
Yep, points race as well, coming up to finish things off tonight. And the race is
for gold
in the sprints.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that, the elite sprints. But this is where it all set up well for him. Angus dived underneath, put himself into that first position. He was backing himself from the front and really came away with it. So no second guessing. Both riders would have been tired, yet Angus Withington, by diving underneath and really getting out in front, just showed some real courage, some character. So fantastic sprinting. Mitchell Stevens, silver medal for him for South Australia, the second fastest qualifier. So plenty of talent in the under-19 men's sprint competition. Good signs for the future. Inspired perhaps by the performances of riders like Lee Hoffman, Danny Barber, the World Championships last year, both getting great results there. They want to put themselves in the mix for the Australian team sprint team next Olympic Games. Is that too soon? It's only just over 2 years away. There's a possibility for one of these riders, if they're good enough, to make that big step up. If not, it's Brisbane 2032.
Yeah, I feel quite strongly in the benefit of quite a broad training environment where you really are just surrounded by excellence and you can lift no matter where you are in your journey, and I think that's really what we're seeing come to fruition.
Medals and jersey are to be presented by Councillor Stephen Tooby, representing the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. In third place, winner of the
And this is our under-19 women's elimination. Sienna Monteith takes the bronze medal for Queensland.
Great race this was. Two opposing stories to get to gold and silver, as you mentioned, with Parslow right from the very start on the front and Apps right from the very start at the back. They came together to the last two. And Elsie Apps it was from New South Wales getting the silver medal, just picking off a rider every 2 laps all the way down. There was just one rider that she was unable to get over the top of, and that was our winner.
I mean, I think she has significant responsibility for her coach's blood pressure at this point.
And Neve Parslow, fantastic ride from her. She was really good in the points race as well. Just showed a lot of character, a lot of attacks in that one, showing her strength. Just didn't get the result that she was chasing.
Fantastic. And the medals were presented by one of the councillors on behalf of the Brisbane City Council and the Lord Mayor, Adrian Schruner. They've put an enormous amount of support behind the Brisbane Cycling Festival and some of the wonderful facilities here in Brisbane, including the new Meares International cycling track. It's got a beautiful clubhouse, it's got a sensational course, and it offers not only the local clubs a place to belong, but also organisations like Traction who operate out of there as well. So we're very lucky to have the wonderful facilities in Brisbane, thanks to the support from the council and the Queensland government.
The presentations will be made by Councillor Stephen Toomey, representing the
So the under-19 team sprint. We saw the Australian Capital Territory getting the bronze medal. Hannah Petets, Alexis Phillips and Emily Watch.
Alexis Phillips and Emily Watch.
Shuffle in the formation from the qualifying to the final, and a much better result in the end because of it. So smart move from the coaching staff to just shuffle them around a little bit.
In second place,
And the silver medal going to Queensland, the defending champion Milan Bradshaw, along with April Patty and Madison Smith. Silver this time for Bradshaw.
In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, South Australia.
The South Australians with the gold medal, Sophie Baker, April Katz and H. Squire.
Councillor Toomey presenting the medals again. He's from the Gap, which is where Brodie Chapman, one of our best female road cyclists, comes from. Mount Glorious is out there. It's glorious if you're so inclined to go up. It's glorious to come down.
We saw the Pro Velo Super League racing out at Mount Mee on the weekend as well. Interesting name. Douglas Savage, young Queenslander.
What a ride from her. It's Emily Watch finishing it off for the ACT. They took the bronze medal for that effort.
Please welcome the presentations.
And the gold medalist from South Australia. Solid ride from them. Clearly the best team on the track. So the under-19 sprinters now.
In third place, the winner of the bronze
From the
medal,
men.
representing Queensland,
Sebastian Topping, the Queenslander. Getting the better of the rider on paper we thought might have gone all the way here in this competition, Luca Pyatt. Sebastian Topping, sensational ride from him to get bronze. Mitchell Stevens, South Australian, with the silver medal. And a great battle it was between those two riders, Stevens and Angus Withington. The new national champion in the under-19 sprint competition, Withington from the ACT. Tactically brilliant, and he had the power to finish it off. It's one thing to be the smartest on the track, but you still have to actually have the energy and the power.
Yeah, what a great competition that was. And the Kierans are still to come, not tonight, but over the weekend. And they're such a sensational event. I love this. Con Cronus, our photographer, one of the world's absolute best, trying to get a wonderful angle with Withington, but it looks like Withington doesn't have a huge amount of experience with gold. He's learning. It's fantastic.
Josh Davies is there ready to do the interviews with them. Neve Parslow, our under-19 elimination winner, just the final zip up alongside Angus. So a two-up interview here with Josh. Great to hear from our young riders.
Neve Parslow, amazing win. You're on the front for the whole race. Talk us through it.
My plan was just to stick to the front, and I knew that's a lot easier than sprinting from the back every time, so I managed to pull that perfectly.
Did the Queensland team, obviously being super strong, have any plan coming in?
No plan. We were racing separately.
And this is a track title to add to what's already been an amazing year for you, road race and TT crown. What's left for you to get this year?
Looking for the Oceania road race and TT champ, hopefully. So yeah, excited for that.
Awesome, congratulations. And we'll switch to Angus here with a big win only a few minutes ago. Mate, how are you feeling?
Pretty stuffed, but very excited for the win. I qualified 9th in the flying 2, and I thought my legs weren't going to be there for the sprints, but it came through. I rode each race well, and ended up winning.
Yeah, and qualifying in 9th, was that a surprise? Did anything go wrong there? Obviously you are the Oceania champion, so what happened?
I was expecting a bit better, but we haven't been able to do much flying 2 between Oshis and now, but yeah, my legs just wasn't there every morning, especially with the kilo yesterday. That took a toll on him. So I was expecting a bit better, but it was a good result overall.
And how did you reset mentally? And did you think you had the confidence to get over your rivals there, knowing you've raced them quite a lot this year and throughout all age groups?
It was tough at the start, knowing I qualified 9th, but I realised that I've beat them all before. My tactics are good, and the flying 2 isn't my strong part of the sprints. It's the actual sprinting. So I realised, I just got to do what I do normally and keep it smart, then I could win it.
Congratulations.
Nice long chat there with Angus as we go into the race for the bronze medal now. Daniel Barber versus James Briston. This is the elite men's sprint competition. Finally down to the race for the medals for the big men, the fastest Australian cyclists. We talk about the road sprinters being the quickest, but no. Of course, it's the track sprinters with an enormous power. The quickest cyclists that we have. And it's Barber from New South Wales.
Coming to the home straight this time with 2 to go.
Brister, 5th last. Progression for James.
In this competition.
Now, Hoffman, the gold medalist last year, but silver the year before behind Matthew Richardson.
So Barber it is.
Over the shoulder of Brister. Barber in the Australian team and the team.
Brister coming. Really high speed from both of these riders very early on, and it's Barber that leads into the final lap with first of the best of 3 competition here for the bronze medal. Brister in the slipstream, he's coming, closing the gap down. Barber trying to hold on here, Brister coming quickly. Ooh, very close indeed. Brister perhaps on the outside. Wait for confirmation.
James Brister, Daniel Barber.
Perfectly timed if it was James, and it was indeed. So Brister, brilliantly timed acceleration down the back straight and up around the outside through that final bend. Gets the extra speed benefit coming from the higher position out of the final bend into the straight. Just got there. So very, very close. Daniel Barber will know that it is a winnable race here, but for now, Brister the better of the 2.
Well, there's the photo finish. That makes it look like it wasn't close, but that's a matter of centimetres. And you can just see, Barber does a wonderful job holding his line, but actually he could move up ever so slightly to just, it might wipe a little bit of time off Brister's acceleration. A slightly longer lap around the outside. It'll be a good second round after that. I feel like I'm hallucinating with all of these South Australian skin suits.
3 of them in the finals. So gold will be going to South Australia. Will it be Lee Hoffman, the fastest qualifier, or Tate Ryan? You can see the qualifying times there, so significant advantage for Hoffman in pure speed. And he has looked really comfortable. Certainly the favourite coming into this. What can Tate Ryan, a kilometre time trial champion, 2-time world champion in the under-19s in that discipline, over 1,000 metres, what can he do here to try and get over the top of Lee Hoffman?
Well, last year Lee Hoffman took home the gold medal. Tate Ryan took home the silver. It's a rematch in 2026. Very different frames. Hoffman, the tallest in the sprint program. Tate, the shortest in the sprint program.
Hoffman is a big unit, very tall indeed.
Technical term, big unit.
Big unit. Dan Barber as well. Not quite as big as Mikhail Yakovlev on the international sprinting scene. He is the tallest. He is huge.
2 metres. 2 metres and 3 centimetres. The tallest athlete in cycling across any discipline.
While they're going this slow, I'm going to tell a quick story about Yakovlev. He was in Perth for the Track World Cup, and Perth being known as the FIFO city, he went out and bought a brand new high-vis shirt to wear to the Velodrome for the first day, walked in as if he was a FIFO worker. I think he just thought it was such
He's
a
a
cool
character.
thing.
He was also seen wearing some Bonds, singlets around too, getting into the spirit of it.
So Hoffman, lead position. Tate Ryan trying to do something special here to get over the top of Hoffman, but Lee's in pretty much total control here. Has to be careful as he comes down the back straight, as Ryan will really try and accelerate towards him, but the gap has really opened up here. Good 4 lengths between them. So Hoffman pencil it in. That's 1 up in the race for gold here. Comfortable win from him. Tate Ryan just giving too much room as they came to the bell. And with Hoffman's quick acceleration through that first bend, it opened up, and from there it was clear sailing.
Very smart, really neutralised the acceleration that came from Tate Ryan. With about half a lap to go, when Ryan really kicked into the seated acceleration when he sat back down, I thought we might see the gap start to close, but it really didn't. Hoffman riding a very safe and comfortable round there for the first round of the gold medal.
Yeah, they look pretty comfortable. We know how good Tate Ryan is, quality rider. It just goes to show how strong and fast Lee Hoffman is at the moment. So the elite women now coming onto the track. This is the race for the bronze medal. Imogen Gelbart, talking about her before, 31 she is.
Well, that makes sense on the 13 years then.
So that adds up. So 13 years since she was at the National Championships on the Velodrome, and already up here racing again for a medal. Lilia Tatarinov from Western Australia. 19-year-old versus the 31-year-olds. You wouldn't think it, that she's been out of the sport for that long, because Imi really showing some good craft.
Well, they're essentially back on the same trajectory despite their ages. Because of that gap that Gelbart took. Tatarinov riding for Western Australia, but from the central coast of New South Wales. Cut her teeth racing at the Olympic Velodrome in Sydney.
I got back on the bike a couple of years ago, not even started off.
And her beautiful riding style just shows that she's been a bike rider for life. Since she was quite young, she started racing.
I thought you were going to say it shows she's from New South Wales.
Well, that too.
Racing for Western Australia now, though. Lilia Tatarinov. Gelbart wants that first position. You can see comfortably looking to try and make sure that she is leading into the bell. Tatarinov up and down the track, zigzagging all over the place, and now very high. Need to be careful she doesn't dive underneath here. Gelbart in control still. Tatarinov comes down and might get underneath here. Oh, there was an opportunity. but Gilbert closes the door as they go down the back straight. So advantage to Gilbert in first position here. It's going to be really hard for Tatarinov to come around the outside. So Gilbert goes one up in the race for the bronze medal. I felt that there was an opportunity lost there for Lilia, but had she gone underneath, it might have been that Gilbert didn't realise she was there and chopped her in half.
Great ride from Gilbert. She really is a very smart bike rider. It's hard when she's been away from the sport for such a long time to be able to comment too much on her physical progression and how much has changed since we last saw her at these championships. But technically, she's so sound.
She was an under-17 national champion before she went into the 19s.
I mean, for context, they're travelling at around 65 kilometres an hour through that section. To hold your line with such precision, that takes a lot of skill and a lot of comfort and confidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now
The race for gold and silver now. Alessia McCaig, the defending champion, up against Danica Blinko, the bronze medalist from last year. So this has been a good progression for Danica. And McCaig, it's been business as usual for her. Looks so far very comfortable indeed. Qualifying time difference between the two there. 10.64, championship record for Alessia McCaig. It's a 0.02 of a second quicker than Christina Clonan from 2022. So the fastest we've seen at the national championships, McCaig versus Danica Blinko from Queensland. Plenty of support for Danica on her home track.
Pleasure of calling the World Cup in Perth just a couple of weeks ago. And anyone who's spoken into a microphone will know what it's like.
So McCaig, winner of the Perth World Cup Kirin event, just showing her class and how much she has progressed. I feel like it's not that long ago where the national program were asking her to prove that she was good enough by going under 11 seconds. Well, she's blown that away now. It's just standard protocol for her to be in the 10.6s, 10.7s. Tactically a good rider. Blinko looks comfortable and balanced on the bike as well.
Blinko was third here last year. Racing against McCaig for a gold medal is a big ask for anybody.
So the first race in the best of three competition for the elite women here at the AusCycling Track National Championships in the sprint, and it's McCaig that leads. Blinko in the slipstream, looking to close it down the back straight. McCaig out of the saddle just to make sure she's right on top of that gearing. And a look through the shoulders there, and she can see under the armpit that Blinko wasn't coming. So it's one up in the best of three for the defending champ, Alessia McCaig. That looks pretty comfy.
She's looked really in control across every round. Respectful of her competition and not arrogant in any way, but certainly very comfortable. And this will be Blinko's best result at the National Championships regardless of where she finishes here. So also some really great progression there.
And they'll get a really good rest as we see the riders coming onto the track. Another bunch race coming up, so these sprinters will get a very fair rest before they have to come back out for their second races. And it will give the riders that didn't get the win in those sprints time to really debrief with their coaches, try and come up with a better tactical battle perhaps to try and get a win next time.
And you can just see that McCaig, when she gets out of the seat and accelerates again with half a lap to go, she's very much in control. And Blinko rode perfectly, but there was just nothing able to be matched from McCaig.
Scratch race for the under-19 men, always an absolute classic at the championships. Some of the names to look out for. Oliver Ward from South Australia, quality young man. Will Brown as well. The South Australians very well represented. Alec Gulimucci also, and Jack Sloan, and they've got Ben Cade. So we've got a plethora of riders from South Australia to look out for here.
Well, the South Australians went into the points race the other night with absolute target on their back. They started really strong and went out quite dominant, but it was Zach Douglas-Savage from the Queensland team who bamboozled them all to take the gold away. So you'll notice a sea of red South Australian jerseys at the front with 5 riders. But they'll have had a good team discussion with Coach Brett Aiken after that points race about how they can attack this. Now, this is a bit different, the scratch race. It's 30 laps and as simple as the first over the line at the end. Last bunch race, we were looking at the back, the elimination. We're now looking at the front.
So South Australia, 5 riders, 1 Tasmanian in Angus Gullick. So the lone Tasmanian sitting there in 3rd position at the bottom of the track, being held up by Matthew Gilmore, silver medalist at the Olympic Games in the Madison 2000, former world champion in the Madison in 1998. Ollie Jurovic just behind him, one of the favourites, the Victorian. So of the Victorians, he's the one with the black and blue helmet. Jurovic, certainly one to watch out for.
And I don't know if it's purposeful, but it is very difficult to choose the South Australians apart. Similar helmets, similar socks, similar gloves. I was just checking it out, trying to write some notes to see if they can be more easily identified, and they can't. I think they've done it on purpose.
I've come up with a couple of things. So Will Brown has got the blue socks. So he's on the front of the peloton now.
Well, Jack Sloan's the only one with white gloves.
And, well, this is Ollie Ward. So he has black gloves with white socks. So that's how we know. And of course, they've got numbers on their backs as well, but they sometimes are hard to see. So Oliver Ward, the first to attack. And because all the South Australians were lined up on the front, perfect opportunity to go. So they are policing the peloton.
Sam Hilditch from Queensland is trying to rapidly jump across. And Cooper Dunlop from Western Australia, that's him right there. Bit of a gap from the peloton, but a big gap in front of him across to Hilditch and Ollie Ward. Now, in the scratch race, it's as simple as if you take a lap, you're a lap up. So if he could get a lap in the first 10, well, the race isn't over because other people can take a lap, but it's certainly a very significant advantage.
So Hilditch swings up from 2nd position. That's Dunlop that goes through. Shout out to Cooper's mother, Michelle, who started following me on Instagram this afternoon, I noticed. So g'day, Michelle. His son's out there having a crack, but he has now just come back into the peloton. So still just the one rider, Oliver Ward, out in front, the first rider to attack. And almost half a lap up from the back of the peloton. So there is a chance if there's a hesitation here that he can go on with this. Does not look like the under-19 lads want to slow down, though.
No, it's a good move from Ward. There was an opportunity when Hilditch and Dunlop got caught and they swung up, because often the chasing peloton, they see them and mission accomplished when they catch them, but they haven't actually turned off the burners here, and it does look like Ollie Ward will be brought back.
Well, you can see when we see the peloton next, Ward will get caught now, but the South Australians were slowing on the front of the field, but the gap has come down too much. He's too tired now to accelerate again away. So Ollie, best to just come back into the race, think about the next 21 laps.
I think the South Australian teams compensated there with their deceleration. That was almost a little bit dangerous. So I understand if they're not going to chase, but I think the rules are there is no collusion, so they could get in a bit of strife from the commissaires, especially if they cause any safety issues by doing that. Loyalty's wonderful, crashes are not.
20 laps to go, and it's Ward about to come back to the field. All of his teammates towards the front of the peloton. Will this be the moment we see another rider go on the attack? Good fast start. First few laps went by very quickly indeed.
I mean, bold move from Ollie Ward, and the next to move, also South Australia, Jack Sloan is the next. It could well emerge that the South Australian tactic is for one to just go after the other until they break everybody's spirit.
Well, they've got the numbers. Might as well keep going as long as you can. It's Sam Hudson from
Points race champion.
Victoria that goes through and swings up, and it's a Queenslander. It's Douglas Savage, the winner of the points race a couple of nights ago. What a solid race that was. Incredible performance from him. So he's gone on the attack again. And it's Sipkowski from Western Australia. Douglas Savage again, looking to where the South Australians are now. Not quite as orderly as they were before.
No, the peloton very much spread out, which really neutralises any effort for coordination. There is still 5 South Australian riders in the top 8, so they're not too far off each other. Good to see Douglas Savage making himself seen early on.
So Sloan swings up. Schoff is the next one. Oscar Schoff, my second cousin. Little bias. Good luck to him in this one. See how he goes. And finally the pace has come off a little bit, and there's a move gone through underneath, and it's Max Nussbaum. He likes a bit of an attack. Nussbaum ended up finishing second in the points race the other day. So the Victorian, and now 2 Queenslanders off the front together. So here's a real advantage for these, an opportunity for the Queenslanders to get together and really have a crack here. Douglas Savage, the points race gold medalist, absolutely pushing it out in front now. He's got George Tucker with him. So who can chase them down? That's the question. We've got a Victorian and a South Australian in the chase group behind them. And interestingly, Lachlan Walters is the next Queenslander that closes the gap to that chase group. So it's two riders still off the front.
So Tucker and Douglas Savage, both Queenslanders, they've given up the effort, although Douglas Savage didn't get the memo. He wants to keep going with it. George Tucker's not so sure. Up he swings again. While it's very obvious South Australia are looking after each other, less obvious whether the Queensland team are riding together. And also no bias around either way, no judgment. They all deserve the opportunity to ride for a gold medal. And so if that's how they approach it, then they should certainly give each other the chance.
They'll come around to get 9 laps to go in the under-19 scratch race. Championship of Australia. Plenty of attacks, always an entertaining race, the under-19 lads, and that's what they're producing once again.
It is a bit unusual. It's a night of unusual. But to see the speed wiped off so frequently, we're seeing a lot of stop-start happening in this race. And you might think that's nice to catch your breath. It actually often has the opposite effect, to make your legs feel quite dead.
Well, they've really backed it off here. An opportunity for the fastest of the sprinters to just get a little bit of recovery. And just as I say that, they're on the attack once again.
Benjamin Cade from South Australia is the one taking responsibility, almost an accidental attack as it was, but it's got some legs and he's got Lockie Walters with him. This could neutralise a chase from South Australia and Queensland, so strategically it could be a strong move.
That's Oliver Ward, South Australian that's gone out, the first one that attacked and spent a good 10 laps off the front. And so the next rider behind him is Alistair Norris, Victorian, swings up, gets out of the way. So Walters leads. Cade, and then it's Ward, 5 laps to go. Next one to come through is Douglas Savage, and he's the first one to get across the 2 in front and wants to go on with it. He made the effort to get out there thinking it was an opportunity for 3 to go away, but they'd already sat up, those 2 leaders. So once again, all back together as we get to 1 kilometre to go. 4 laps remaining in the under-19 scratch race. Are any of these teams looking for each other, trying to do a big lead out towards this final sprint? Peloton still strung out. Oh, a big push here.
Less than a kilometre to go, and the speed is being kept exceptionally high. This is a way to neutralise the very fast legs in the peloton. If they're already at a high speed, there's no room for any acceleration.
Well, 2 laps to go. It's Felix Crossman from Queensland that's absolutely pushing it here, but here they come over the top of them. So 2 Queenslanders now. They'll come around to get the bell. Ollie Jurovic from Victoria in 3rd position, looking really good. And then it's Walters is 103. It's Will Brown, the South Australian. So look for the one in red. It's going to try to get pushed together here. 3 coming together. It's going to be really tight. Will Brown comes up over the top, and it's Brown from South Australia. Jurovic from Victoria in second place. Oh, and they got so tight through that final bend. I was holding my breath for them, but Will Brown, the fastest of the sprinters, takes gold.
That shows exceptional skill. What just happened. We will get the replay of that to show just how tight it was. That was not just shoulder to shoulder. They were having to keep those elbows in, and to do so safely.
There was 3 riders in the space of 2, and I was just waiting for the explosion. The skill of these young men, extraordinary to keep it all up. So a good win from Brown, came from 4th position down the back straight. Hard fought win. Jurovic was in great position, held on for 2nd place, unable to finish it off.
And an average speed of 52.5 kilometres per hour for that 7.5K at 8 minutes 35.
Sam Hilditch is the one taking up the bronze medal ahead of Max Nussbaum. So Nussbaum we'd already mentioned, one of the riders to watch, but Will Brown, the best of all of them, ahead of Ollie Jurovic.
And Hilditch did well. It was Hilditch and Schroff who were really, they started that acceleration. They were 2 of them in one spot.
And this is the final lap here. See Brown on the outside the whole way around, and this is where I was really nervous. If Brown came down just a little bit, that was going to be disastrous, but he held his line, and he was definitely the quickest, with Jurovic in 2nd place. So Will Brown wins a gold in the scratch race to the under-19s.
And Oscar Schroff did a really good job of holding his place on the track there too. It would have been very easy to feel the pressure and move down a bit, but that could have been more perilous than what we saw. So I love the bunch racing.
It's a good race. That was a great race. I enjoyed that.
Well, we were watching the front. We're back to an elimination now. This is the elite women's elimination. So we'll be looking at the back of the peloton for this event.
15 riders coming onto the track. Alyssa Pilates from Victoria. Alana Forster as well, who's a para-world champion. Alana Hribar from Victoria. Also Quinn Rothenbuehler. From the ACT, look out for Claudia Marks. Only the one rider from the ACT, but she is a quality rider. Winner of the 1,000-metre time trial this week. New South Wales really well represented. Great bunch riders. Anna Dubier, Kira Will, Nicole Duncan, 3 absolute stars in bunch races.
3 junior world bunch race champions.
Yeah, so that'll be fascinating. Madeline Wasserback from South Australia with Leonie Vandenberg. Also Eva Schmidtke, Odette Lynch, and perhaps the hot favourite in Sophie Edwards. And you've got Maeve Pluth there as well. Also Riley McMullen. So plethora of South Australians in this race. Several of them absolutely quality bunch riders. Odette Lynch is a former rower who's won a bunch of races in the Pro Velo Super League in the criteriums.
Yeah, she's been on sensational form lately. So comes in with very good legs. And there's the start list on the screen. Claudia Marks in the yellow and blue from ACT sitting up there on the fence, a gold medalist from both the kilometre time trial and the individual pursuit.
So the defending champion on screen, Alyssa Pilates. She's got Tim Decker, the Olympic gold medal winning coach, holding her up, head of the Victorian Institute of Sport now. And behind her, second position at the bottom of the track, is Alana Forster. Top of the track there, Alana Hribar. Holding onto the fence right behind her is Rothenbuehler, Claudia Marks in the blue and yellow of the ACT at the top of the track.
About 9 minutes of racing.
About 3 minutes for someone.
Or less than that for the first one.
Yeah.
9 minutes for the final 2 riders would be a more accurate description. Pilates, the champion. Ali Anderson, who's not here this year, took the silver, but Nicole Duncan took the bronze last year.
So we're underway. the elimination for the elite women. Every 2 laps, the last rider across the line eliminated. Final 2 riders sprinting for gold and silver. So we look to the back of the bunch. We can see how much the speed is on already. Absolutely flying as they come into the first of the elimination laps. And right at the very back there, it is Riley McMullen, high on the track as well. Alana Forster just in front of her.
Oh, they're very high on the track. They're using a lot of energy, but they will get a bit of speed off the banking.
And McMullen, I think it is. It was...
6'7", 67, Leonie
No, Leonie Vandenberg.
Oh, 6'7", as they say.
You got to do the hands when you do the 6'7", apparently.
Yeah, no one can see us.
There's Kate and I doing the hands up here, looking like idiots. Onto the second elimination lap. So Vandenberg, she'll be disappointed with that.
Just got herself caught out. Alana Foster, she really needs, if she can duck around the top here to keep that momentum going, and she'll be the next eliminated.
Hariba it is. Alana Hariba.
My apologies, Dr. Foster.
So it's Claudia Marks that sits on the front. Strong, powerful rider. 2 South Australians at the back. And you can see one of the riders from New South Wales desperately realising she was in trouble here, fighting for position.
That's Kira Wills, so unusual for her to get caught out. Nicole Duncan, sorry, she was 3rd last year. She knew she was in strife though, and got out of there, but Ava Schmidtke couldn't get herself out of trouble.
Shares the same surname as Freddie Schmidtke, former Olympic kilometre time trial champion from Germany. Into the next elimination lap. Duncan trying to come over the top. She will. So that takes Wasserback out. Madeline Wasserback from South Australia.
It's emerging as quite a New South Wales, Team New South Wales tactic with Duncan following a similar pattern to Elsie Apps. Apps ultimately got the silver medal, but not without a bit of stress.
Well, Alana Forster, the last of the Victorians, perhaps in the most danger here, down on the bottom of the track. Watch Duncan cruise up around the outside. She knows just what she has to do, get over the top of the Victorian, and that's Dr. Alana Forster out.
176, 176 is...
And that's a little bit, Alana has a lot of experience on the track, but not a lot of experience in elimination races of this size. She's got a lot of power though, so just got caught out.
Rothenberger it is, right at the very back. Dangerous position, and Alyssa Pilates just forcing the gap to open up so to make sure that the defending champion stays in. So high on the track. Rothenberger, look over her shoulder. She realised she's the last. She won't be out this time though. Because further down, Odette Lynch. Yep, Odette Lynch.
Oh, she really got sandwiched. Nowhere to go in the middle there. And Rothenbuehler, my goodness, she got lucky. She needs to take that as a lesson.
Rothenbuehler, Schmidtke, Wasserback, Vandenberg. Sounds like the German national championships, but it's not. It's the Aussies. So good acceleration from Rothenbuehler to keep herself in this race. So at the very back, Alain Dubier perhaps.
81,
Right up 81 this time. So Quinn Rothenbuehler.
Gee, Anna Dubier was lucky there. Rothenbuehler just caught underneath.
She looked too relaxed. I thought it was going to be Dubier out that time. She just seems to cruise around. So Duncan at the back again, 3 from New South Wales. Kira Will, the first one to move up around the outside. It's Dubier now that's in last position. Alyssa Pilates from Victoria in a dangerous spot. Dubier once again flicks through. Maybe McMullen. It is McMullen from South Australia.
But Team New South Wales are playing a risky game. Sooner or later, they will end up eliminating each other with this tactic. Alyssa Pilates, Victoria, in the sea of blue. You can see her pushing hard to escape from the underneath trap.
Well, Duncan dives down underneath, goes right through. So a really smart move this time from Duncan, although she just gets shut down by Maeve Plouffe, I think it was. So now she's at the very bottom, Duncan, and you can see the desperation. She looks over the shoulder. She's gone to second position, and then now right at the very back again. Might be a big acceleration from Nicole Duncan to come around the outside. But Plouffe maybe is the one in danger in the red colours for South Australia. Duncan will keep herself in here. She'll get the acceleration down the finishing straight. And indeed, it's Maeve Plouffe.
But you could see that Plouffe, and you can see from her body language, she was actively backpedaling to not run into the riders in front of her. And bearing in mind, the riders in front are not going as fast as they can. They're only going as fast as they need to not get eliminated. And that's where the danger comes.
Sophie Edwards leads the way. Claudia Marks, then it's Pilates. Then it's Kira Will. Anna Dubier at the back once again, Nicole Duncan, but she has her eyes on Claudia Marks in the yellow colours. So Duncan goes over the top, and tight between Dubier again, but I think Claudia Marks.
It looks, yep, Claudia Marks. And again, it's so consistently the riders down the bottom that are getting caught out. But this is interesting because Marks, she is decelerating, but everybody else is looking at each other too. So she's still at the front, even though she's just been eliminated.
So Sophie Edwards, she's been on the front for a number of laps here. That's got to hurt. Duncan once again. Second position is Pilates. That starts the move for Victoria. Nicole Duncan, Anna Dubier, second last position. Duncan moves. Can she do it again? She can, because it's Anna Dubier last across the line.
52.
So we're down to 4. 2 of the riders on the podium last year. Pilates for the gold from Victoria, and Duncan from New South Wales took the bronze. Anna Dubier, a junior world champion in the points race.
Quality,
but
first year in the elites.
Yeah, this group of 5 is a very high quality bunch race field.
So Duncan this time goes to the front. She knows how dangerous it is when you get down to the absolute cream of the crop. Kira Will, she was sick off the back of last weekend's Pro Velo Super League. Didn't ride the individual pursuit because of that. Wanted to save her legs. Just hasn't been able to quite come back just yet. It was tight between her and Pilates, but it will be Kira Will.
Yeah, Will is eliminated. A bit of a scare for Pilates, the incumbent champion from 2025.
Well, sometimes where there's a will, there isn't a way. And Kira is out. We are down to our medalists now. The defending champion, Alyssa Pilates, on the front. Oh no, Duncan wants the first position. Dives through underneath. Sophie Edwards from South Australia in third position. She's a quality rider. Powers past Alyssa Pilates. So it will be Alyssa that goes out this time. Bronze medal to Alyssa Pilates, the defending champion. And we're down to our gold and silver.
And Pilates just got wedged out there. Absolutely no chance for her to escape and be able to move around the outside. And now an unusual situation of cat and mouse between 2 endurance riders.
Sophie Edwards just drifts to the front. Nicole Duncan, as we've seen so often through this race, coming from the second position, trying to force Edwards to go. It's so hard to do a maximum sprint at the end of an elimination. Both in the saddle, look at that. Ducking and bucking and weaving and trying to put some power through the pedals. But Nicole Duncan, well, she did go down on the front wheel of Sophie Edwards. It wouldn't have mattered. She was going to get to the line first regardless. They might have a look at it, but we do know that Nicole Duncan was the best in that race.
That was just sheer will from Nicole Duncan, and ordinarily you would pick Nicole Duncan to take a sprint ahead of Edwards, but it's all different in an elimination race.
She does need to be careful not to chop the front wheel of the rider she passes.
That was a bit careless. No, she didn't need to do it. The commissaires will take a look.
Yeah, I am just looking up to Karen O'Callaghan just to make sure she's giving the all clear as they go back and look at that one. Here's the sprint itself. So you can just see how they're in the saddle, absolutely kicking the pedals as much as they can. Style has been thrown out the window. It's just trying to get to the line, and that's where she came down a little bit too soon. It wasn't going to change the outcome. Nicole Duncan was definitely going to be the winner. So good ride from Nicole, quality all the way through. Gave us a couple of scary moments early on. And Sophie Edwards with the silver medal. Alyssa Pilates, the defending champion, comes away with the bronze. That was a good race. There were so many quality women in there as we went down to the 3. So the defending champion, Alyssa, was unbeatable in so many events last year. She won the points race as well, the individual pursuit. So it just shows how you've got to be on if you want to win again.
Oh, that's right. She's incredibly classy and strong and developing wonderfully, but we have had a couple of great generations of juniors come into the elite, and we're seeing that really come into play, especially with those New South Wales riders, Nicole Duncan, Anna Dubier and Kira Will.
Jam-packed infield here at the Meares Velodrome. Always something going on in the pits. Riders getting ready for the next race or just warming down in between sprint rounds.
Warming up, warming down, trying to cool down while you're warming up.
Slushies going down as well. Plenty of slushies out there to try and keep the core temperatures down as they're keeping the muscles warm. You can see in the background Liam Walsh on the rollers, just getting himself ready for the points race to come. And not too far from the presentations as we see the media board come up once again behind the dais. ARA, one of the fantastic partners of AusCycling, is the ARA national team as it's known now. GWM, our car sponsor, as we look back at the final 5 riders. So 3 from New South Wales. If you play the odds, you would think for sure they're going to come away with the win, but it was not all their way. As we see Anna Dubier go out.
And here I am down towards the presentation.
Alyssa Pilates was fighting hard on the inside to make sure she stayed ahead just of Kira Will. And I did say I was a little bit sick off the back of last weekend, so still a good ride from Kira. Sophie Edwards with the power to push Pilates out the back. Squeezed her out the back.
And how does it feel, mate? National champion.
Now, this was a fascinating sprint.
It
Crawling around the track.
really, a fully seated sprint and acceleration is unusual. A little bit sloppy from Nicole Duncan with how quickly she came down, because had Edwards have been fighting back at all, that could have been very unfortunate. That's why they do discourage that. But she's very tenacious. You can even see in her body language how hard she fights.
Cheers, mate.
Presentations coming up. And then we finish the night with the elite men's points race. What a cracking event that will be. Also the finals for the sprint. The final rides.
Lovely drone shot of the Meares Velodrome.
It looks like a Pringle.
It does. Well, the London Olympic Velodrome, similar roof, and didn't quite get a good look of it there, but we are right next door to the BMX track here that will be hosting the World BMX Championships in July later this year.
And you could see the city in the background and then Mount Cootha behind that. If you make your way to Brisbane and you happen to have your bike, head up Mount Cootha. It's a wonderful ride up there.
It's
lovely.
a wonderful ride down.
Yeah, it is. It's there's a lovely coffee shop at the top that makes it worth it.
All the television networks up the top there. And what have we got on the sign in the background there? Bike check, bikes only. There we go. Steve Machete, the commissaire in the white shirt.
So all of the bikes do get checked. They get weighed. They get measured ahead of any racing, and so they have a special bike rack so that once they're checked, they can go on there. So there's no double handling happening. But riders have to factor that in to their warm-up process as well, that they will need to be there to have their bike checked and made sure you can check the bike at any time to make sure you don't have to change anything, but they will check it just before you race, and you're in a bit of strife because you won't have time to change it if it's not how it should be in that moment.
See the riders just about to get ready for the first of our medal ceremonies. The man right at the very bottom of the pitch there, Peterson, looking after all of the major events now for AusCycling. I was working for the International Cycling Union and now back with AusCycling for maybe the second or third time actually.
He's one of the best, and Councillor Steve Toomey there from the Gap, here representing the Brisbane City Council, and our Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. Great supporters of cycling.
Well, there's Ed Marks. We saw his sister Claudia in the elimination for the women. She won the time trial the other day. Brother Ed looking to do something in the elite men's points race later on. And he has his biggest fan with him. It's good to see.
He can get a bigger fan than that.
He could, I'm sure. Well, he's still growing in status. As he gets bigger, he'll get a bigger fan, no doubt. Sophie Edwards just still rolling down after the silver medal in the elimination. There's Liam Walsh on the left. He'll be a big contender in the points race, Liam Walsh. Queensland very well represented in that one. Should only be moments away from our first of the presentations tonight.
Some furious warming up from Jonas Shelverton there. Just stepped up from the junior ranks. Gee, that can be a hard landing too.
Well, he's been sensational. He's the Australian champion on the road in the younger category, now on his way up. So he's a big name of the future. Shows some real strength. Solo victory to win the Australian Road Championship.
Some interesting warm-up attire there.
Yeah.
Half his shirt's missing.
Half of it, yes.
My father would say, do you need some money? Do you need a new shirt? Or that's what he would say if I wore jeans with holes in them.
Yes.
Darling, you've got some holes in you. I'm not sure that's fashion. I honestly don't. I want to ask the performance staff about that, because I'm not sure why you would want to keep your arms warm but your chest exposed, other than fashion.
Well, it'll make you Insta famous. Andre Dubier saw his sister finishing fifth, I think it was, fifth or sixth, fifth, I think, yeah, in that elimination. So let's see what Andre can do when he comes out onto the track. Number 10 for New South Wales.
Women's elimination. Decision of the commissaires A11, which is a warning for moving down on the...
So we're just hearing through the venue commentator, Matt Poyner, letting us know that Nicole Duncan was given a warning for that move. Yeah, she was given a warning for that move in that final lap of the women's elimination. So there's no need to relegate her, because they could tell that it wasn't going to change the outcome, but just a slap of the wrist. Now,
which I think is appropriate, because it was not going to change the outcome, so a relegation wouldn't be the right thing to do. But you can't let those kind of movements go unwarned, because you certainly don't want to be encouraging that in any way. But she's got great skills. It certainly wouldn't have been purposeful, and that will remind her.
so they did go back and have a good look at that and debate exactly what was required. But then she'll carry that through, so she needs to be careful in the next races as well. One warning, do something else again, it's an infringement, then you will be disqualified from the competition.
Well, there was an audible gasp from the crowd when it happened.
And Sophie Edwards.
Yeah.
It was done too. Under 19 scratch race presentation now, with the bronze medal going to Sam Hilditch from Queensland.
Sam Hilditch.
silver medal going to Ollie Jurovic from Victoria. Picked up a medal in the points race as well 2 nights ago. And Will Brown with by far the most powerful finish. Fantastic ride in that last lap to pick up gold in the scratch race. Thoroughly entertaining race, that one from the under-19s, as it always is.
Every race tonight has brought something a little bit unexpected. The replay here will show just how tight, how you fit 3 people into the space of 2. Oh, that moment.
I tell you what, Oscar would have, Hilditch would have felt like a pimple being squeezed through the middle there.
I mean, it worked, he got the bronze medal, but Oscar Schoff, he deserved a medal for the skill to hold that up.
So the women's elimination now, after checking the footage once again, Nicole Duncan, clearly the winner overall. Alyssa Pilates, the defending champion, picks up the bronze medal though for Victoria.
Alyssa Pilates in second place.
Sophie Edwards, individual pursuit champion this week.
Sophie Edwards.
Team pursuit as well. So 2 gold medals and now a silver for Sophie.
In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing
The 2-time junior world champion in the scratch race. Now the Australian elite women's elimination champion, Nicole Duncan. Smart rider. You don't win a scratch race world championships by chance. You certainly do not win 2 of them. So clearly a very intelligent, crafty style of rider. The bronze going to Alyssa Pilates, who went down to the final 3. And Sophie kept going a little bit there. I was wondering why. She knew that Sophie was going to be eliminated, but kept kicking all the way to the line. Just wasted a little bit of energy that she didn't need to. Don't think it would have mattered in the end. This was a great battle. Absolutely nothing left in the tank for either of these riders. And almost an actual touch of wheels. Could have just touched that front wheel there of Sophie Edwards.
Now, great gold from Nicole Duncan.
Nicole Duncan, your first individual national championship at this level. What are your thoughts right now?
Oh, not going to lie, I'm pretty speechless. Coming in today, the legs were a bit sore from the first 3 days of racing, and went to the front a few times in that elim, and I was like, I don't want to be at the front, so I just started sniping people at the back, and yeah, it worked into my favour.
In the last few laps there, when it came down to the last few numbers, did that plan change at all, or did you start still playing the devil at the back?
Still playing the devil. Got a few times I was pretty close to being the last one eliminated, but I had some God watching over me today, and yeah, I think it was a bit unfortunate that I picked a few of the New South Wales girls. I was hoping when I saw 3 left that I could go 1, 2, 3, but I was just happy to take it out today.
And in your one-on-one with Sophie, what was the plan there when you were right on the fence?
Oh, I was hoping that she didn't go long because the legs were pretty sore then, but when she took up the lead, I was like, okay, this is my kind of sprint, 1.5 to 1 laps to go. This is where I thrive, and I just tried to leave it as late as possible and knew I could get the kick on her.
Awesome, well, congratulations.
That's right, top of track, representing New South Wales, representing South Australia for 1 ride up in this competition, James Brister.
The race for bronze, men's sprint, and it's James Brister that's one up. Danny Barber must win this one to force a deciding race. And South Australian Brister with the advantage. He'll lead for the first half lap.
Lead away this time. To contest the first one. Time between them. Very evenly as with Brister.
Fairly close in qualifying, 9.66 to 9.76. An indicator of raw speed, but it's been a long competition. So it comes down to a lot more than just the speed they had in the qualifying. Brister got his head right on an angle, making sure that he can anticipate every move from Danny Barber.
Came from a long way back in the first race. just to get over the top of Barber in the photo finish. Forced to lead out this time. So great from the second position. Barber dives down the track. Brister follows, shuts the door very, very quickly. Now up to almost full speed. Barber coming at him. The final lap, Brister is one win away from the bronze medal here. Barber needs to do something pretty good, and here he comes up to the back wheel of James Brister. Barber, Brister on the inside. Barber hustling his way around the outside and will get there. Well, I called it quickly, but I reckon he did get there. So muscled his way around the outside, Danny Barber.
Well, that was an excellent use of momentum on the banking, and when he made his move, and they've given it to Danny Barber, so one apiece. When he made his move off the bank, he looked so confident and he looked so fast.
So well timed.
And there's the photo finish. That was a tight race.
There was a hum through the stadium as it came up here on the scoreboard as well, inside the Meares Velodrome. Super close.
Well, Brister actually fought back because Barber was coming a lot quicker. It looked like he'd quite easily get over the top, but he kind of, we'll see it here, and this is where he swoops down, uses that momentum, and so quickly moves up and around, and so smooth as well. And then he gets stuck.
As they come off the bend, I called it, when you look back at that photo finish, at that speed, yeah, okay, it was clear. I might have gone a bit too soon though. I was confident with my call, but he was upset last year after he won the Kieran. It was so close that I didn't give it to him. I gave it to Lee Hoffman, and then it came through the photo, and indeed it was Barber that got the Kieran win. So I've apologised to him a couple of times actually since then. Sorry, Danny.
So now you owe him. You'll back him no matter what.
Close. Anytime it's close, Barber gets it until I hear otherwise. The race for gold now. Hoffman versus Ryan, and Lee Hoffman. It must be said, it was a comfortable win over Tate Ryan in the first ride. So Tate needs to do something really out of the ordinary if he's going to get the better of Lee Hoffman, who's just been on sensational form over the last couple of months, since the World Championships in Santiago, Chile last year, where he picked up his first individual medals at the World Champs. He's been a world champion in the team sprint before, but now really focusing on these individual sprints and Kieran. Also the sprint and the Kieran, but he's been sensational.
And Tate Ryan just making his way through the elite ranks, having had a very successful junior career in under-19s. Number 22, that's Tate Ryan. 25, Lee Hoffman. Different style of rider, different frame.
Yeah, red and black helmet on the front there for Tate Ryan. Tate from Adelaide, Lee Hoffman from Whyalla. They both live up here, though, in Brisbane as part of the national program, and now down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. So Ryan really happy to get the speed high very early on, trying to stun that top-end speed that Lee Hoffman has into the final lap now. Hoffman wins this, he gets the gold medal once again, and look at the speed down the back straight. Oh, wow. Lee Hoffman just powers past Tate Ryan, and he defends the title from 12 months ago. Lee Hoffman is the national champion in the sprint once again.
A clinical performance for another gold. A repeat from 2025, the same final. And Lee Hoffman, once again, the Australian national sprint champion in the men. Tate Ryan having a bit of a giggle, like, yep, that just happened.
Watch him over the next couple of years. He just keeps getting better, Tate Ryan, and he's got so many years to get that improvement. Still a youngster.
What I was really impressed with Hoffman's ride wasn't just the speed and skill, but the respect when he came around Ryan. And watch it here, at no point, he used the track beautifully, but at no point did he really get too close at all. He didn't need to.
Look how high he is.
Yeah,
close up to the blue.
He just didn't need to, so he just rode safely and cleanly.
Yeah, sensational.
Stayed out of danger.
He's on great form. Lee Hoffman wins gold.
From Victoria and one ride up in this bronze medal final, Imogen Gilbert.
Quality sprinting from the big man from Whyalla. Back to the race for bronze now. Imogen Gelbart from Victoria, from Bendigo, a 31-year-old, after a 13-year hiatus from the National Championships, back and one up in this best of three competition here. So one hand on the bronze medal for Imi Gelbart. Lilia Tatarinov from Western Australia. She leads. Must win this to force the decider. Looks like Tatarinov is keen to go into the second position here.
Ooh, and they're going for a position change. They can track stand for up to 30 seconds, up to twice a round, but it's unusual to see. It's entertaining though, and the crowd's very vocal in their reactions tonight. Some oohs and ahs.
Oh, she'll try it again here, and successful this time. So smart from Tatarinov. We know that Gelbart has really good racecraft. Tatarinov clearly wants to be in second position though. So Gelbart will change the tactics now that she's in that lead position. Needs to keep the speed up. High on the track for Tatarinov. The Western Australian has to win this one. Dives down underneath, so she gets to the bell in the lead position, and Gelbart into the slipstream this time. She was able to get the win in the last race, and Tatarinov now trying to hold on. She wants to force a decider here, but here comes Gelbart. Gelbart up around the outside. Tatarinov trying to hold on, and she will. So Tatarinov, one race apiece, and we'll see a decider for the bronze.
Great race from Tatarinov, forcing Gelbart to the front. Shows great skills. She was really in control. But I think through the whole competition, Gelbart's speed has been underestimated because she very nearly got her there.
Yep. So wow. Close one. And the tactics, she wanted second position. She got there, then did the flyer underneath.
Our cameras are really being tested tonight.
My eyes are as well.
Have you got your glasses? You do, you have your glasses on.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to see anything if I didn't. Actually, distance, not a problem. It's just up close. So here it is, Tatarinov sending the message. She wanted the second position. Gelbart up to the challenge. Stays in front, but it was just here. Second way of getting someone to the front. Swing up very early out of the banking. And then dived underneath. Taking that momentum all the way around. But Gelbart really did fight back, so super close. Really no favourite coming into that final race. They're one race apiece, and they've been very close both times.
And for Victoria, the defending champion at
and the race for gold. Alessia McCaig won the first one against Danica Blinko. It was a really comfortable sprint from Alessia. Do not underestimate your opponent though. It's so close, the narrow margins between these athletes. One little mistake and you could be getting yourself beaten.
It's quite trademark for how Alessia rides, with an enormous amount of respect for her competitors. She's one that I've not seen underestimate a competitor yet. I say yet because humans are fallible, so it could happen. But Blinko knows this track well. She was third here last year, so this result will be a step up.
So Blinko leads down the back straight. They'll get the bell the next time around. McCaig out of the saddle, just dancing on the pedals, high on the banking as well. Ready to go this time. So Blinko will lead into the bell. McCaig one win away from defending her title from 12 months ago. Oh, it's not blasting past, but down the back straight, shoulder to shoulder. Now the full speed kicks in, and McCaig sails around the outside. Back-to-back victories for her. That's 3 in a row at the National Championship. So McCaig is the queen of the sprints once again at the AusCycling Track National Championships.
Beautifully executed by the Victorian. And a hat trick in the women's sprint. She's really etched her name into women's sprint cycling history here in Australia.
really worked very, very hard over the last 4 or 5 years to get to this level where she's so consistently good.
And worked hard when not everyone believed in her.
That is
She
true.
had to believe in herself.
Yep.
When she was told in meetings that were emotionless, don't think you have it. We know you think you do, but we don't. And this is her comeback. This is what she's clapped back with.
Yeah. A lot of hard work, as they all do. And look at that speed. Blinko, the bronze last time, silver this time around, so she's shown great progression as well. But McCaig just too good. So Lee Hoffman and Alessia McCaig, our best sprinters on the Velodrome at the National Champs. Men's points race coming up next. Can I say it's another cracker? Because all of these bunch races.
What a great night it's
so
been.
much. Yeah, 20 riders coming up. And some real stars. We have Connor Leahy from Western Australia, who was 6th at the World Championships last year in this discipline.
Well,
and that shows real class.
It does internationally. He won this in 2024. Last year's winner, Rowan Hayden-Smith, is also out there. But the CVs of all of these riders run deep.
Queensland well represented again. We saw Blake Quick on the rollers before, being fashion police critiqued by Kate Bates with the unusual undergarments that he was wearing. Liam Walsh, his teammate, he's going to be a quality rider here. Noah Blannon is in the National Team Pursuit Program. Ron Hayden-Smith, the defending champion, as you mentioned, and Tom Waits, along with Toby Jones. So Queensland with the numbers and some real quality riders as well. Victoria, Aubrey Price, Oscar Gallagher. He is a punchy rider. Look out for him. Bryce Nichols. We also have Caleb Antle. Had coffee with Caleb this morning at Manly. And Logan Taplin and Ethan Lesky. So a good number of Victorians out there as well. 2 riders from the ACT, Ed Marks and Ryan Koroknai. New South Wales represented with 2 as well. Andre Dubier, we saw on the rollers earlier also, and Kurt Ether, who's the Omnium champion of Australia. So he's someone certainly to watch. He doesn't have the teammates around him, but he's a quality rider, Kurt Ether. 2 riders from Tassie, Josh Duffy, former scratch race national champion, and Jonas Shelverton, a young gun that's moved up into the elite category. So he's a bit of an unknown, Jonas Shelverton. But he has shown himself to be a very quality rider on the road. So let's see what he can do here for Tasmania.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pizzazz. It is a really great field. So 20 riders. So far at these championships, we've seen the under-19 categories, men and women, and their points races, both of which have been exceptionally exciting. Bit of an incident for Andre Dubier as they get underway. That's okay. The race doesn't start until the second whistle. Usually it's neutralised for the first lap to make sure everybody gets up to speed. So Dubier will fix the bike if it was a mechanical that caused that. But I tend to think his holder just let go a little bit earlier than Andre had started pedalling.
Will be a test for our producer, see if we can get a quick turnaround and a replay on that, because I wasn't sure. And
nobody was ready for that.
Yeah, when typically when they're being held up like that, they get pushed into the holder that's in front of them, which would be typically the problem that may have happened there. I'd be surprised if it's anything else.
Well, let's see.
So 3rd rider at the bottom in the blue, Andre Dubier. All eyes on Andre as they rolled off, and no, just slid out. Okay, he just slid out. Yeah. All crossed up, nowhere to go for Andre Dubier.
Oh well, it'll get the adrenaline going.
Yep.
Sometimes helps me out in commentary.
Get a little
Probably wants to come up here.
sandpaper from the Australian cricket team onto those tyres, perhaps.
Back straight very shortly. We've got Joel on the track centre.
So take 2. It doesn't appear that there was any... Look, at that speed, there's no real damage that's going to happen to a rider, other than if you twist a little bit too much and pull a muscle or a ligament. It doesn't appear that there's any issues for Andre. Commissaire Rachel on the whistle, and we get going clean this time. Some applause this time for Andre as he gets off the start line. So no fault of his own. 120 laps for the men's points race. Last event here from the bunch races tonight. We still have one more sprint to come, or 2 more sprints to come in the elite men's and women's, deciders for the bronze medals. Sprint every 10 laps for points, 5, 3, 2 and 1. Double points on the final sprint, 10, 6, 4 and 2. And 20 points if you can take a lap on the field. The toughest race on the Velodrome, the points race. Some will say the Madison, but at least you do get a little bit of a
Hold on,
rest.
but you were you were the Madison rider. So if you're saying it's points race,
Yeah, there's just no rest. There's no way to have any rest at all. If you're in the Madison and you're in the red, okay, you just don't recover and it's brutal. But I feel that if you're the points race, if you're really on it, it's still hard. The winner or the loser, it's still a tough race.
it's tough for everybody regardless of where you finish.
The world champion, 2007, yeah. Palma, Mallorca, beautiful new track built back then.
I think the points race is a beautiful race. It's a real race of opportunity, and there's so many different attributes that go into success in a points race. You need to have some speed, you need to have some endurance, you need to have the skills to get it done. Your maths needs to be decent so that you can keep up with it. And that's an interesting point. You just see the scoreboard there. Increasingly more the athletes are using the scoreboard to make sure they can gauge where they are in the race. But we've seen it this year. We even saw it at the World Championships last year. Scoreboards can fail or fail to update, and you cannot rely on them. So the athletes need to at least vaguely understand where they are in the race in order to be successful.
Same goes for legs. Sometimes they can fail you. 114 laps to go. First sprint, not too far away. Short turns of pace from all of these riders. Nobody wanting to waste any energy on the front. Gear selection, vital. They ride such big gears now. Someone out there may have selected something too big or too small, depending on the speed of this race. Shelverton is from Tasmania that goes through and swings up.
Well, and those gears are partly what keeps those average speeds creeping up. So no clear favourite in the race today, but a lot of athletes who we expect will be prominent.
And we're coming to the first bell, first intermediate sprint, and it's the defending champion, Rowan Hayden-Smith on the front. Now Connor Leahy, the big Western Australian, rode the points race at the World Championships last year for Australia, finished in the top 10, really quality performance, and just trying to control things, but Gallagher comes over the top. So 5 points for the pocket rocket from Victoria, Oscar Gallagher, and it was 3 points for Connor Leahy.
So while the final sprint is double points, it doesn't have as big an impact on a race this length as it has on some of the junior races that we've seen this week. It's not inconsequential, but there's a lot more opportunities to go point hunting. And it will be interesting as it plays out. Blake Quick from Queensland really pushes the pace in the laps following the sprint, and you can see behind New South Wales there is a gap.
Huge gap.
And that was from the acceleration from Blake Quick, so that's important to keep an eye on.
Well, Noah Blannon has kept this on. He's seen the opportunity here to really put some of the big favourites under pressure. Connor Leahy is right at the very back of the peloton here. Well, what's left of it is off the back of the peloton. So real opportunity to hurt the legs of some of the big stars. Kurt Ether from New South Wales has found himself in the second position out in front, so he's been paying attention, Ether. Shelverson is there as well. Blake Quick.
Every single piece of energy you have to use in a points race that isn't in the service of scoring points is considered inefficient. And when these gaps open up and you just happen to be in the wrong position, it can be really frustrating because the legs are good, but you can't bridge the gap on your own.
So, see Connor Leahy in particular, second in that first sprint, dropped to the back of the peloton, split in the middle of the race, and then finds himself out the back, wasting energy, having to close the gap down. So it's Leahy that's on the front of that chase group, as that group out in front, not absolutely pushing it here, but they still have to chase to close this gap down at 1:02 to go. The next sprint's going to come, so next lap, there'll be another big acceleration, so this second group really do need to shut this down quickly.
And if the second group does get back to the back for the next sprint, it's danger time. They need to pay attention and make sure the gap doesn't reopen.
Toby Jones it is, the big tall Queenslander that leads. Then Kurt Ether. Expect Ether to pick up the points on this one. He's a very fast sprinter. Australian Omnium champion. Oscar Gallagher is coming from the clouds further back, but Ether will get there. Huge effort from Gallagher for 1 point. He won the first sprint, picked up 1 point there, but wasted an enormous amount of energy then.
Consistent point scorer, but burning some matches to do it. It's very clear that Queensland are determined to put a big team effort in here. Noah Blannon is the protagonist now.
Gallagher chasing him down, so he's gone on with it after that big sprint.
That will cost him energy. It could come as a very big opportunity for him if they are able to open a gap. But Connor Leahy, he's the one chasing the Olympic gold medalist. He won here 2 years ago, top 10 at the World Championships in this event.
So Gallagher, as soon as he got to Blannon, Noah swung up. So Oscar, after the big effort in the sprint, then the big effort to bridge the gap, then had to go straight to the front for half a lap. So smart from Noah to really put the hurt on Oscar. Now they're together, they'll work solidly to try and stay away from the main field. 96 to go. 2 quality riders off the front. 2 young riders as well.
They're working well together, and you can see that individuals are starting to try and go across. Josh Duffy from Tasmania swings up the track, but it's Team Queensland next. And you could see them just wipe the speed off a bit. We're seeing Blannon and Gallagher up the front here, and their gap, it's yo-yoing a little bit because it's really dependent on who in the peloton is taking responsibility for the chase. Interestingly, between Shelverton and Duffy from Team Tasmania, they're not very coordinated in bringing it back, and that's really contributing to the yo-yo effect.
Now the gap now starting to open up a little. So advantage to the 2 in front. They will get to the next sprint. 93 to go now, so they'll get around to the next sprint. That's guaranteed. So they'll be fighting for the 5 and the 3.
Well, they're over half a lap up, so them getting caught at this point is very contingent on how the peloton behaves in this next sprint and whether they go just for the points or whether they keep going. But Blannon and Gallagher are edging closer to the back of the peloton. Even as some riders duck off the front, they need to join the back. And at the back of the main peloton is Connor Leahy, which is a surprise.
It is. So they're going to the next of the intermediate sprints at 91 to go. And there's a big move coming from the peloton itself. Rowan Hayden-Smith's trying to come across, but Gallagher comes around the final bend. So scramble from behind, but Gallagher will pick up the 5 ahead of Blannon with the 3. Rowan Hayden-Smith from Queensland will get the 2 points for 3rd. And it's Shelverton, the youngster from Tasmania, will get 1 point. So this has already disintegrated around the track here in Brisbane.
It has. This move has really caused an enormous amount of trouble. Blannon and Gallagher, they get the points. They're still half a lap up. They're 3/4 of a lap up on the back of the peloton, but there are some groups that are going in between.
So a huge move from Rowan Hayden-Smith, still trying to come across, and the group that's behind him has gone further back actually, so 4 riders trying to chase these 3. Now Rowan finally gets there.
The breakaway effort will now be over. They're catching Ed Marks, who was on the back of the bunch. Now that he's dropped off the back of the bunch, they're only about 1/4 of a lap. Their advantage remains. That situation changed very, very quickly. a lot of effort from Gallagher and Blannon in particular for a couple of points.
A wide shot at this track, it looks like the old school handicap days with the front markers, the middle markers, the scratch markers trying to chase them. They are all over the place. Finally are coming together. The chase group has caught the 3 leaders. What was left of the peloton, still a little bit of work to do to shut this one down.
And Liam Walsh from Queensland, he just continues on. It's very clear that Queensland have the numbers that they can continue to apply the pressure. Now, the interesting element is that Liam Walsh has 2 riders with him, number 7 and number 2. So it's Ed Marks and Kurt Ether. So that is a very good bunch. And it was Ryan Kuroknai before, not Ed Marks, that was losing a lap. So this is a really good situation.
Liam Walsh now does his turn into the back straight.
Move from Connor Leahy.
And Kurt Ether.
Loitering at the back of the peloton for far too long, Connor Leahy. 82 laps to go. He's the 4th rider on the track as the 3 leaders come through, led by Kurt Ether. Now, the big West Australian individual pursuit Australian record holder from the first day. So he has great form, fastest he has ever been in the pursuit at the National Championships for Connor Leahy. So just trying to get towards these 3 out in front, next to the intermediate sprints. Liam Walsh down the back straight. There's Connor, 4th position. He'll pick up the 1 point here, but it's Liam Walsh that'll get the 5. And they are now half a lap up on the peloton, so they are on their way towards that 20 points for a lap gain.
And it's smart of Walsh to continue with the speed, because this is the opportunity while the peloton is pausing to get that 20 points and to get the lap. They're half a lap up at the moment. Ryan Kuroknai loses another lap. He may well be pulled out of the race to ensure the integrity of that. Liam Walsh continues to push. This is the peloton. You can see the speed is largely been wiped off. This is our breakaway. Kurt Ether, he kind of snuck into that one, didn't he?
He has really progressed over the last couple of years, Kurt. He's been great in the bunch sprints on the road in our national series, the Pro Velo Super League. Very good in the criteriums. He's the Australian Omnium champion as well. And I feel you can just see the body language now with these 4 guys all together, not really pushing to get to the back of the peloton. They'd like to stay out for another of these intermediate sprints. 76 laps to go as they come through. So they can gobble up the next points on offer if they don't make contact.
And that's a bit of a game, isn't it? And it's a risky game. At this point in the race, it's less risk when everybody's still got a little bit left in the tank.
Just saw a little acceleration at the front of the field there from Oscar Gallagher. We saw that group had not made contact.
I mean, until this point, Gallagher is still sitting on the top of the table, so it's of highest consequence to him.
Absolutely.
Should this group come back. Well, and actually they've made a wee error in my estimation, because they've just taken the lap. You can see them at the very back of picture there, but at the very front of shot, Oscar Gallagher has just a wee gap there, but if he takes that 5 points, that will really help him on his way to regain the 20 that he's dropped behind. Like, it's still a significant gap, and you can see that in the points, but Gallagher's the kind of rider who can consistently win sprints.
72 to go, sprint next time around. So lap gain has been given, 20 points for those 4 riders. So that puts Kurt Ether and Liam Walsh tied on 27 points, with Connor Leahy on 24, Ed Marks 23.
Pace goes up once again.
As they go through, it's Rowan Hayden-Smith.
Hayden Smith leads down the back
Noah
straight.
Blannon in 2nd position. Then Josh Duffy, 2nd of the Tasmanians.
What they'll be trying to do here.
And they've opened up a big gap in this sprint as well, so there's a real chance they could go on and maybe take a lap. So Rowan Hayden-Smith gets the 5, Blannon with the 3, Duffy picks up the 2 points.
Straight into team's pursuit mode for these three as they come into the home straight.
And they are almost half a lap up on the back of the field as they come through. So that gap had opened up extraordinarily fast. Logan Taplin, 1 point for him as he came across the line, the Victorian, but he's struggling, stuck in no man's land.
So Team Queensland again driving. Noah Blannon and Rowan Hayden-Smith away with Josh Duffy. And they are making very good progress. The peloton, the speed has been completely wiped off. We'll see that shot in a moment. And they're about to gain a lap, and that's been done very, very quickly. And there we have it. There is the lap. They're just in the back of shot. There they are. So 20 points for Hayden Smith, Blannon and Duffy.
Well, that happened quickly, didn't it? 67 to go. Connor Leahy from Western Australia now, the big man, on the march, off the front, really putting pressure, and Liam Walsh is the one that's chasing him down the back straight to try and get on. This is Taplin, who's now the leader. With those riders gaining a lap on the field, Taplin was in no man's land, so he's the leader on the track at the moment. Not the leader overall, that's Rowan Hayden-Smith on 28 points. But if Taplin can stay out there for another couple laps, he'll pick up the next sprint, and he's not going to be able to do that because he has given up. He was stuck out there in between for so long, and with riders coming across, he'd be better off getting up to the top of track now, using the banking to get onto this group that's coming through.
Well, Toby Jones, first year in Elite, he's now thrown his hat into the ring. He's got Jonas Shelverton also first year in the Elite category. They're throwing themselves into the race. Toby Jones, he's just gone out there he is. He's got a good gap and on his own and holding a consistent speed.
So that's the third group on the track as there's our leader. Oh, he's set up very quickly there. So 62 to go when they come through for Jones. And he saw he had two Queensland teammates just behind. So 62 to go. Sprint next time around. And he didn't drop down with the group that was chasing. He's gone right to the very back of the peloton. So that's bizarre.
It's a good individual pursuiter. I enjoyed commentating on his racing last year.
And a bizarre points race rider into the next intermediate sprint. 61 to go. Connor Leahy, after all of that scrambling, it's Connor back on the front. Liam Walsh in second position. Then it's Josh Duffy, three riders off the front. Look over the shoulder from Connor, just managing the tempo. Liam happy to finish in second, pick up some points there as well.
Follow through for the points this time. Then Josh Duffy's going to have three Queenslanders in the breakaway.
So
well, that'll put Walsh on the top of the leaderboard.
Connor Leahy will be 1 point behind him in second place as well. So five riders off the front.
Sorry, Rowan Hayden-Smith, not Noel Blannon. Rowan Hayden-Smith has got himself across.
Rowan Hayden-Smith picked up a sneaky point to keep him in equal second with Leahy at the moment.
So Walsh leads the way on 30. 1 point advantage over Hayden-Smith and Leahy. And Kurt Ether, 27 points. Noah Blannon on 25. Josh Duffy, 24. Marks on 23. They are the riders, 7 of them, that have taken a lap on the field. And here's an attempt now from Liam Walsh to be the first to take 2 laps.
We're just past the halfway mark. And fair to say that there has been a roller coaster of events so far. Liam Walsh, he's on the march. He's got Josh Duffy as company. Duffy is solid company. He's also a lap up. Very good combination. If there was a 2-up team's pursuit, I would say these two would probably get the selector's nod.
And you can just see Duffy really tucking down because when Liam Walsh gets into his tuck position, there's not much of a slipstream behind him.
He's a little bit wombatty when he really tucks down in. He's quite a tall athlete, actually, but just his proportions make him very aero.
Rapidly approaching the back of the peloton. So 3 riders that are in between, including Connor Leahy and Rowan Hayden-Smith. But that's a lap gain. Another 20 points there for Liam Walsh, the first to take 2 laps in this race.
And 2 laps for Josh Duffy as well. So the pairing will go to the top, but as they gained the lap, they looked straight over to see where Connor Leahy was, and you could see Liam Walsh when he noticed that it won't be long until Connor Leahy also takes an extra lap, as will Rowan Hayden-Smith, as will Blake Quick. He will pick up his first lap.
Well, Liam at least will have a Queenslander with 2 laps, same as him. So they'll have some tactics they might be able to employ later on. But the bell goes at 51 laps to go for the 3 chasing group riders now.
And they have certainly backed off, ensuring that they get those points. They will get them and join the back of the peloton at the same time. But Team Queensland absolutely not hanging around.
Yeah, really good for Connor Leahy because he picks up the 5 points for the sprint win plus the 20 points for taking a lap, so that'll put him right up at the very top.
But what's remarkable, Noah Blannon has taken the opportunity with that bell to catch everyone napping and try and take a rapid lap. Andre Dubier tried to go with him, lasted about 15 metres. Dubier stuck in no man's land. Noah Blannon, at this speed, in 2 laps' time, he'll get about 20 points and take another lap and join the 2-lap club.
He's absolutely flying, isn't he? So this is a really good effort. And update the points after that last sprint, seeing with Connor Leahy picking up the 5 points ahead of Hayden Smith, Quick and Blannon. And that puts Connor Leahy on 54 points as our new leader, ahead of Rowan Hayden Smith on 51 with Liam Walsh on 50. And another lap being taken there for Noah Blannon. That'll put him on to 47 points. So that keeps him very much in the hunt. He goes up to 4th place. Duffy's the next in 5th place on 44, and then a gap back to Kurt Ether in 6th place on 27. So 5 riders now, taking 2 laps on the peloton. Andre Dubier leads. Jonas Sherwoodson, 46 to go, brings the peloton through. Connor Leahy, short turn and up he goes. And Andre Dubier recovered well after that little tumble before the start of the race. But the speed that he's carrying, I feel he's going to be swinging up and coming back to the field soon. The tempo in that main peloton just ensuring he doesn't get further out in front.
And Connor Leahy's certainly making sure that Dubier is not still out there when the points come. There's 5 riders in the 2-lap club. Leahy is trying to be the first rider in the 3-lap club.
Yes, Ed Marks with him, 2 of the tallest riders in this race, and they are off the front. So it's Rowan Hayden-Smith that's jumped across to them. And Liam Walsh is the rider that's missing out here big time. So the overall leader, Connor Leahy, is off the front. Second place getter is also there, Ed Marks. He'll do whatever he can to help those riders because he wants to move up the standings. He's down in 7th place on 23.
Toby Jones is in no man's land, just behind, just out of shot. You'll see him come in a moment. No, you won't, because he's just swung up. The 3 riders leading get the bell for the next sprint. Hayden Smith leads Leahy. Marks sitting in 2nd now.
So Kurt Ether leads the peloton, swings up out of the way. There's still 1 point on offer for the main field. But Connor, the overall leader, will extend that significantly by picking up another 5 points. Marks with the 3, then it's Rowan Hayden-Smith with 2 points. So he'll go to 53, but Connor Leahy goes to 59.
It's not just about, this is a smart ride, it's not just about those points, although they're accruing many in the sprints. It's also about just edging towards another lap at every opportunity. And Connor Leahy is just keeping a really consistent pace. Ed Marks doing his fair share. Rowan Hayden-Smith has put himself in a perfect position. So Leahy and Hayden-Smith at the top of the table. Who is missing is Liam Walsh. He is back in, and he's at the very back, in fact, of the main peloton. And they are about to be lapped by this front trio.
Still well and truly in the mix for the medals.
That'll put Leahy and Hayden Smith
47-44.
in not quite an unassailable lead, but edging towards it.
So 36 to go. Does look like they'll get their lap gain before the next of the sprints. Tactically, we'll wait and see. They hang out there for another few laps. See Connor Lee happy to just swing up early. Doesn't want to push too hard. I feel that he feels he's okay with just hovering off the back, but it's still another 5 laps to the next sprint. So Rowan Hayden-Smith about to close the gap down, and Connor Leahy, I feel, is obliged to follow. So lap gain for these 3 riders. We'll move Ed Marks up as well. He'll go to 46 points. But it's Connor Leahy on 79 points now. Rowan Hayden-Smith 73. Then it's Liam Walsh on 50. Liam just coming from the Tour of Taiwan, also Noah Blannon, both riding from the Cage Body Wrap team. Shout out to Sam Lazel, managing that team to some great victories last season in Asia. And here he goes, Liam Walsh. Connor Leahy's desperately chasing him. He was the one that missed out the most by that last trio of riders taking a lap, so Walsh had to go again. And this is putting some pressure on the overall leader of Connor Leahy.
Well, Leahy, an excellent individual pursuiter. The fastest an Australian's ever ridden, in fact. He's not the person you want in hot pursuit of you.
He'll pick up the 5 points, that's for sure, at the end of this lap, but he needs the lap gain. Connor Leahy was paying quick attention, chasing him down. So Walsh, not quite in the tuck position that he was the previous lap, so I feel he doesn't think he's going to be able to go on with this. He'll get the 5 points. Oh, and Rowan Hayden-Smith pipped Connor Leahy for second place there. 3 points for Rowan. So he'll go to 76 points, Rowan Hayden-Smith. Connor Leahy will go to 81. Walsh moves to 55 points, still in 3rd place.
Our podium's getting clearer. Noah Blannon, the next to move from Queensland. They haven't dressed quite as matchy as Team South Australia did in the junior men, which is helpful for both fans and commentators alike.
Thank you, Lance.
But also there's quite notably different frames and physiques amongst this Queensland team, so you can more easily identify them. Noah Blannon, he's had a really solid race here tonight.
3 riders behind, Duffy, Dubier and Jones. Blannon still out in front. I'm about to say a name that we haven't seen from right very much at the start of this race. Oscar Gallagher from Victoria is trying to come across to the chase group, but Blannon, look over the shoulder from him as he comes past our commentary position. And this group here are about to catch Noel Blannon because he has eased up. There's Oscar Gallagher, the young Victorian, over the top, and he was very quick at the start, 12 points, but down in 9th place, so he needs a couple of laps if he wants to get himself back up onto the podium here in the points race.
And this is the point in the race where it's both wonderful for anybody who's opportunistic enough to keep going, because when Oscar Gallagher goes, he's on 12 points. Connor Leahy on 81 points can afford to say, have a good ride. Off you go, gain a lap. It's of no consequence.
Toby Jones out there as well, 1 place behind Gallagher with 3 points. So no danger of the overall standings, these 2 riders in front.
So just no need for the leaders to chase.
Sprint not too far away. Kurt Ether brings them through. Also with the Cage Body Wrap team, so several riders in this field from Cage Body Wrap. The Brennan team that won the overall Pro Velo Super League, that's who Connor Leahy rides for. So Gallagher comes through, Jones behind him. 22 laps to go, the peloton. Not too fussed by those 2 riders off the front, and they will definitely pick up the maximum points in this next sprint now.
Well, they will want to let them get a lap or bring them back pretty quickly, because for Rowan Hayden-Smith, they will stand in the way of him getting a gold medal rather than the silver he's in, because it'll lose points.
Well, Toby Jones has swung up from Oscar Gallagher as Shelverton leads the peloton through. So Gallagher comes around to pick up the 5 points with 20 laps to go. Toby Jones will hang on for 3 points, but he is deep in the hurt box, Toby Jones. Connor Leahy just picks up the 2 perhaps. And will he go on with it? He does. Rowan Hayden-Smith hard on the wheel. Liam Walsh is the one we need to look for. Gallagher comes through at 19 to go.
Walsh sitting down toward the back of the peloton. But Blake Quick is ducking across to Connor Leahy. There he is. Leahy swings up. It's Blake Quick that comes underneath. Oscar Gallagher still out the front, about half a lap advantage. Nobody too concerned, save for Rowan Hayden-Smith, because he's eating points. Opportunities for him dwindling with each lap, but still mathematically definitely possible for the gold and silver to change, certainly.
Gallagher still out in front, coming around to get 16 to go. There's Liam Walsh, Josh Duffy behind him, and Andre Dubier. So if they are willing followers of Liam Walsh, this could be a big opportunity for him. Connor Leahy stuck back in the main field.
Liam Walsh gets 20 points.
Gallagher still leads. 15 laps to go now. 2 more sprints to come. Double points on the final sprint. Connor Leahy on 83 points leads ahead of Rowan Hayden-Smith on 77. But Leahy is stuck back in the peloton.
Well, this is a last dash by Liam Walsh, but if the peloton hesitates, especially after this next sprint, that is where the opportunity is. Oscar Gallagher there. He will shortly gain his lap.
There's been an acceleration in the front of the main field from Connor, the big Western Australian, so that might make it really hard for Gallagher to get to the back of the field. It might not happen now. The speed of the peloton has really picked up. Desperate stakes here from Connor Leahy to hold on to this gold medal. Liam Walsh comes through, and you can just see the body language of the Queenslander. He is really hurting now. 12 laps to go for Oscar Gallagher. 5 riders in the chase group behind him. Connor Leahy still leading what's left of the peloton, 3rd group on the track.
The advantage to Group Walsh is that there's a group of them working together, whereas Connor Leahy, nobody is riding with him. So he has now backed off the pace. That puts Liam Walsh in a much better position. Oscar Gallagher the first to get the bell.
So 11 laps to go. Oscar Gallagher will pick up another 5 points. Noah Blannon is on his way. 2nd place on the track at the moment, chasing Gallagher. And then Liam Walsh stuck in the 2nd chase group. Gallagher picks up 5. Blannon picks up 3. That doesn't change anything between the top 3 riders. Liam Walsh, only 1 point perhaps for him. So 1 more sprint to come. Double points up for grabs. Connor Leahy still leads on 83 points ahead of Rowan Hayden-Smith. Those 2 riders are in the main field. They are in danger of getting no points whatsoever in this final sprint. And Liam Walsh is not too far from the back of the peloton.
Well, if Connor Leahy can just prevent Liam Walsh from taking the lap, then he's no danger even if he gets all of the points. So that's he doesn't need to catch them back, he just needs to mitigate the loss, and certainly Walsh is running out of time to be able to gain that lap and those points.
Connor Leahy is in a commanding position here. Walsh hunting the back of the peloton. He's on 55 points. So he's not going to get round there for that one. And there's a real acceleration coming at 6 laps to go now.
It's getting very tough out there.
So Gallagher still leads. Been out there for so long. If he picks up the 10 points at the end, it's not going to matter, or 6 points, because Blannon in front of him. So Blannon first on the track. Then it's Gallagher. Then the 2 chase groups have come back together. So there's still 4 points up for grabs in this final sprint if these 2 riders stay away.
Well, and Blannon is the big opportunity here, because if he takes those 10 points, it will catapult him up onto the podium. He's currently sitting in 4th. It will remain unchanged for Rowan Hayden-Smith and Connor Leahy.
So Connor Leahy in command of this race. Despite the chaos that's happening out there, Connor Leahy in a really commanding position, just focusing on Rowan Hayden-Smith. No one else can beat him now.
So Noah Blannon doing a remarkable job.
This is the second group on the track. They've just picked up Oscar Gallagher. They've gone through him now. So it's Blannon that's out in front. There he is in the middle. He caught Marks and Jones, and at 2 laps to go, Blannon should be able to hold on here for the 10 points. That'll put him up into the bronze medal position.
He's the front of the race and he's getting the bell now. 1 lap to go for for Noah Blannon.
So Blannon on his way to 10 points. Liam Walsh trying to desperately pick up some points in this final sprint though. If he can get the 6, he's not going to be able to. Rowan Hayden-Smith versus Connor Leahy. This is the race for gold and silver. There's your 10-point winner at the end. That'll put him up into the bronze medal position. Rowan Hayden-Smith picks up 6 points for second. Connor Leahy picks up 4 points for third. That's enough to seal the deal and win gold. Good battle in the end by Rowan to get over Connor in that final sprint, but not enough to take the gold off him.
Certainly not over till it was over. Connor Leahy just showed incredible versatility, not only with the laps, but even strategically, knowing that he didn't have to race up to the back wheel Liam Walsh to neutralise him. He just had to keep him at bay. He did that really well. Rowan Hayden-Smith, our winner from last year, valiant fight from him.
And he was third, as we see. Oh, flash up. Rowan was third in the kilometre time trial. So that just shows the speed in that final sprint. That's where that comes from. He is a very fast rider. To back up and finish second in a 120-lap points race, when you're that quick as a kilo rider, he is quality, Rowan. So there's the winner, the big man from Western Australia. He has dominated the individual pursuit at the Australian National Championships, but he has said earlier this year he really wants to focus more on the bunch races. So confirmation of the final sprint, Blannon, Hayden-Smith, Leahy and Walsh, guaranteeing that Connor Leahy wins the race overall ahead of Rowan Hayden-Smith, with Noah Blannon stealing that bronze medal from Liam Walsh in that final sprint.
And Walsh did everything he could in those final 20 laps to put himself not just back in the race but at the top of the race. So really well done to him. Unfortunately, he's not rewarded for that. Noah Blannon's last-ditch efforts are, but here he is. That was a great ride for him to get those 10 points and change the outcome of the race. Rowan Hayden-Smith, really consistent riding as well, but just enormous control from Connor Leahy. And I have an answer on the undershirt too for Blake Quick.
Oh yeah.
Apparently it's just a done thing for aerodynamics, the layers under skin suits.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. So it is not fashion.
It's form.
It's form. So there you go, you learn something new every night. Well, most nights.
That's how quick that race was. 120 laps on this Velodrome, 40 kilometres.
We've had a few lessons this evening. Neve Parslow, you can win an elimination riding from the front the whole way.
Yeah. Nicole Duncan, you can win it from back.
Yes,
the whole way.
yes, yep.
So Josh Duffy, Tasmanian, spent a lot of time together, those two, in the National Team Pursuit program. And Connor's will to do more bunch racing is proving that he has the ability in the top 10 at the World Championships in the points race last year. That is as tough as it gets. And now winning the National Championships. Fantastic ride from him. And he did look in control, didn't look panicked at all towards the end there when there was that absolute scramble around the Velodrome.
Sprint competition, and this is the deciding ride.
So well done to the big man. Deciding race now for the bronze medal in the elite men's sprint. James Brister from South Australia versus Daniel Barber from Dubbo in New South Wales.
You have Daniel Barber. They both have one ride apiece as they come up onto the track for this deciding ride.
All or nothing now. Winner takes the bronze.
These pair have put on a wonderful show this evening. All of our sprinters have, but we've had some really close matchups.
Well, it's been a great night of sprinting. So Brister, final moments of focus. One race apiece. All or nothing now. Very evenly matched. And Barber from New South Wales leads.
Barber has drawn the front spot for this third ride and rolls away.
They would be exhausted. The muscles are aching. Have to put that out of their minds. Focus on maximum speed. Stay alert. Craft essential.
Brister took the first win. Barber the second. Riding from second position, really used the banking and the track to get the speed and the momentum. And he came flying up to the hip of Brister. And I thought he would fly right past, but Brister really fought back. And went to a photo finish, but Barber the winner.
Despite the tight hugging skin suit, Brister's hips are very wide. Hard for Barber to get past. Danny Barber, the big man from New South Wales, on the front, come around to get 2 laps to go. Speed starting to build up already. And Brister accelerating. Does he want that lead position? No, he doesn't. He just wants to put pressure on Barber. High on the track again. Up and down. Barber accelerating just to neutralise the altitude gain that Brister has. High on the banking as they come around for the bell. This is for the bronze medal here at the National Championships. And Danny Barber leads the way down the back straight. Here comes Brister, the South Australian, in the slipstream, flies up to the back wheel of Danny Barber. But Barber on the inside trying to hold on. Oh, too close to call. We'll go to the photo. Barber perhaps.
It looked like Barber from where I'm sitting, almost directly above the start-finish line, but we will have to check the photo for that. Brister flying in. Oh, Brister got it. I want to see this photo.
James Brister on the outside. The fast finishing Brister flashes home to win the bronze.
Oh, wow. Look at that photo finish.
Well, I'm glad I didn't call it, because that is too close to call. Extraordinary finish there from both riders, but Brister just keeping it low enough on the outside around that final bend to not lose too much time, and then the downhill run into the finishing straight.
Well, you know it's super close when even the riders don't know how to celebrate.
Yeah.
Because usually they do know, even if the photo can barely tell.
That's Brister's best results in the sprint at the National Championship, so well done to James. Sensational, look at that. In the slipstream, Barber maximum effort and then closes it down, but yeah, you've got to get around the outside. Barber's a big boy, and that downhill run, good throw to the line, perfectly timed. Half a tyre in it.
Yeah, really clean racing for both of them. It literally doesn't get closer than that, so
likewise now
good show.
For the elite women's sprints, bronze medal on the cards. Winner takes it all. Lilia Tatarinov from Western Australia in the second position, and Imi Gelbart, 32-year-old. The third time we've now corrected her age, from Victoria.
I think most women would prefer it to go the other way, but
exactly. Well, we started with 29,
right.
Then went to 31, now 32. Mother of 2, back in the sport after 13 years away from the National Championships, racing for a bronze medal here.
She's re-entered the competition with a real bang, and she just shows that her strategy is solid. Tatarinov really having to go deep into the bag to find a tool.
High on the banking, Tatarinov. Gelbart comes down first, down to the bottom of the track. Tatarinov with a massive gap to overcome. She gets the extra speed from coming down the banking, but she has to close it down, then try to get around the outside. Tatarinov is coming, but Gelbart is holding. Tatarinov, oh, it's at the throw. I would have said Gelbart, Tatarinov.
Oh, that's another photo finish. It is, perception is really hard, even though we're right at the start-finish line, because they're coming with speed.
It is Tatarinov, the Western Australian, that gets it. Flashes home, just like we saw from James Brister in the previous race. So fourth place for Imi Gelbart after 13 years away from the sport. That is extraordinary. But the youngster, the 19-year-old, not quite as close as the previous race. But Lilia Tatarinov takes bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the racing portion of our...
Well, and that
I've
concludes.
lost my confidence now because I felt like it was her on the outside, the throw. This will be interesting because I felt like each rider threw at the wrong time. Or one did it at the
Well,
right time.
Tatarinov looked to throw late, actually.
Yeah.
And that's why I was questioning it as well. But let's take a look at this. I mean, Gelbar holding her speed and her line. But it really is the last 1 metre that the...
Yeah, quality sprinting from the teenager. Bronze medal now for Tatarinov. That is her best result. Of course, up into the elite category now.
And Gelbar's only result at this level because she's been away from the sport for so long. I love it. Sensational.
Wow, quality sprinting here tonight. That has been sensational. That does wrap up the actual racing on the track. We've got the presentations not far away. I can see the riders already in the corralling area, so it won't be too far until we get those presentations happening. As we see Alessia McKay. Congratulations to Lee Hoffman there, the winner of the men's sprint. Alessia winning the women's.
Well, it's been a great night out here tonight. The crowd have been entertaining us with their oohs and ahs and very vocal.
Yeah.
And this is the elite men. Lee Hoffman taking another title, but Tate Ryan pushing him all the way.
Tate's not slow, but that
No,
speed
he's not slow.
of Lee, absolutely world class. He is in the top 4 or 5 sprinters in the world at the moment, Lee Hoffman. And you can just see why that is. Fastest time we've ever seen at the National Championships in his qualifying ride.
Yeah, ever since you were junior, it's something you strive for, and it's level 1 now. Each never has their own story.
And the riders now get the jerseys before they step onto the podium because there were a few little zipper incidents and whatnot when they were doing it on the podium, so they just find it cleaner to pop them on before.
Wardrobe malfunctions. Ever since Janet Jackson had hers, we've always been thoughtful of it. You never know what could pop out. Well, the riders are ready. And you look down at, there's Rowan Hayden-Smith. Looks like he could go out and do another points race. Connor Leahy doing his in-venue interview there. Not out of breath at all. So Queensland 2nd and 3rd in that final points race. Top level racing here tonight. 4th night of competition. Finish on Sunday. We will have some of the junior racing in the evening program as well over the next couple of days. So it'll be fascinating to see the under 15s and under 17s, the kids.
It's great to see the young athletes. Every time it's entertaining. So tomorrow night,
Ladies and gentlemen,
well, the riders coming up now for the points race presentation.
Presentations of our elite men's points race final. Once again,
Youngest of the 3, Noah Blannon, fresh off the tour of Taiwan, straight back here to his home state and his home track to pick up a bronze in the points race. So good training, good preparation for him.
Noah Blannon.
It's a good race, the Tour of Taiwan. The Rapak team there a number of years ago. Rowan Hayden-Smith, defending champion. Good ride to finish 2nd this time around. But Connor Leahy, the big man from Western Australia, Australian record in the individual pursuit this week, and now gold in the points race to back it up. He really has set out to not just be known as a pursuiter or a team pursuiter or a road time trialer. He has been 3rd at the National Championships in the road TT, showing great form in these bunch races as well.
he can do it all. He's very versatile. Well, on tomorrow night's program, we've got some Kieran racing for the elite men, women, and the junior under-19 men. We've also got elimination, scratch race, as well as some under-17 scratch races and some para-team sprints.
Representing
Well, the men's sprint
South
now,
Australia
and
winner
James Brister
of the
from
bronze
South
medal,
Australia.
James Brister.
And it's a clean sweep for South Australia. 3 riders on the podium here in the sprint,
second place,
which is so much
winner
depth.
of the silver
Tate
medal
Ryan
from
won the 1,000 metre time
South
trial,
Australia,
now silver medal here
Tate
in
Ryan.
the sprint. Always look forward to seeing his big smile on the podium.
Yeah, he's
And the defending champion,
Once again representing South
Lee Hoffman
Australia,
from Whyalla
Lee
in
Hoffman.
South Australia. He's the best in the business when it comes to Australian sprinting. And that Colgate grin. This is how it was done. That acceleration, unbelievable. Straight by. Very high on the track as well. So covering a lot more distance for Lee
Ladies
Hoffman.
and gentlemen, your
No
attention
problem
please
whatsoever.
to the podium for our women's elite sprint.
Bronze medal. This was incredibly close. I thought Danny Barber had this one.
In third
Brister
place,
just balked
winner
as
of
he
the
got to the
bronze
back
medal
wheel
and
and
representing
fought all
Western
the way to the line.
Australia,
Good throw,
Lilia
just at the perfect time. Lilia Tatarinov now representing Western Australia. The bronze medal for her, first time at the elite level, up on the podium in the women's sprint. Bronze medal last year, silver this time for Danica Blinko from Queensland.
Winner of the gold medal and national
And the dominant
champion,
force in
representing
Australian women's
Victoria,
sprinting now, Alessia
McKay.
McKay from Victoria. Picked up her first World Cup gold medal this year, was in the Kirin. And now national champion again. She was in the final at the Kirin at the World Championships last year.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And just
that
like Hoffman,
concludes
absolutely
tonight's
blasted past to win gold.
and you've given her a new nickname tonight, Cool Cat McCaig.
Kat McKay.
We'll see her in action tomorrow night in the Elite Women's Kieran, that event that she won at the Perth World Cup. So that will be very exciting. And I'm excited to see what...
Yeah. Connolly, big night. You reclaimed this points race title. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm still processing a little bit. I almost thought my race was over in the first 30 laps. Just struggled to get on top of those, Queensland moves, and I was sort of taking myself out of the race a bit, trying to bluff it a bit. And then I just decided to turn it on and sort of go for a bit of a, I wouldn't say a training ride, but just a bit of an effort. And then managed to get a lap, and then I was in the points, and just got into the race, and pretty happy with it. I think it will soak in tonight. I'll be pretty ecstatic.
Yeah, and you looked in control, chaotic control maybe at the end. When the Queensland moves did start firing towards the back end, were you comfortable sitting on Rowan's wheel there, knowing that was who you had to mark?
Yeah, it was a bit of a balancing act, to be honest. It was one eye on Rowan and one eye keep it on Liam and Noah and see how close they were. I knew I was within myself to just ride my own tempo to mitigate some laps a little bit at the end. So, yeah, it's kind of what I had to do, just keep rolling on my wheel and just make sure we didn't get too close or too far from the guys going up the road.
And obviously the legs are feeling good after an IP national record and a big Pro Velo Super League.
Yeah, they're starting to get a little bit tired now. One more race tomorrow, and then and maybe some Oceania Road action, and then I get a bit of a break. So looking forward to it.
Look forward to seeing you then. Cheers. Thanks, Connor. And then we'll bring in Lee Hoffman. Me, yeah. Hoffy, really good win. Back to back. How are you feeling?
Yeah, cheers, thanks. Yeah, pretty good. Definitely had some good competition tonight, like all four of the boys that made it into semis were all, I think, a couple PBs in the 200, and they definitely fought hard and well, and it'll be interesting to see how the Kieran goes tomorrow.
And national record yesterday, and you said you looked in control today. Didn't have to go super deep.
Yeah, I mean, when there's quite a big gap in 200 metre, I can definitely get through the early rides nice and conservative and save my legs, but yeah, some of the boys went pretty deep yesterday, so it was good to come into an advantage where previous years at Nationals I've definitely have to dig deep, but this year was good, yeah, definitely.
And looking to complete the sprint Kieran double tomorrow?
Yeah, most definitely. I missed out on it last year by a photo to Danny, so yeah, that one definitely on my radar. I definitely want to get that one back. We'll get it for once, yeah.
Awesome. We'll see how it goes tomorrow night. Thank you, Elite.
And obviously I moved to Brisbane last year, so I think that's, and yeah, just all the support team have been incredible in making the move work. So yeah, I think that is a testament to them.
Awesome. And a deep sprint field, obviously a few surprises. Imogen Jalbert sneaking in there in the final four, so good to see for your team sprint depth.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see Imi back. She had a bit of a hiatus and then she's come back again. So, yeah, it's good. There's a lot of depth in the field at the moment and we're all pushing each other. So that's, really incredible.
Awesome. Well, congratulations and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Alicia.
Fantastic sprinting from Alicia McCaig and Lee Hoffman, of course, as well. Kate Bates, that's the end of night 4. Still 2 big days of racing to come, including those juniors. It'll be a real contrast between the fastest in Australia versus the kids.
Yeah, some fantastic events. The Kierans tomorrow night. We love the Kierans. We'll see all of these sprinters, whether they use an ice bath, a magnesium bath, or a trip through the KFC drive-through. They'll need to get some energy, rest and recovery for tomorrow.
With all the racing they've had, it does lead to upsets and interesting performances as we get to those Kierans. That's tomorrow night. Make sure you tune in to join us. Good night.